All right, here we go. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's 7 minutes after 4 on Tuesday, March 19th. And we have almost full participation tonight. So I'm going to do a roll call, whether you're on Zoom or live. So Stephen Welch.
Here.
Very good. Thank you. Diane Coombs on Zoom.
Here,
Okay.
here.
There you go, Diane. Thank you. Val Oliver live.
Here.
Carrie Thornwell live.
Here.
Connie Patton live.
Here.
And Joe Paul on Zoom.
Here.
And myself, Ray Paul, live.
Live.
Okay, so for those of you in the room, just two things: mute your phones and let us know if you're going to record anything. For those of you on Zoom, be careful not to screen share, and please direct all of your comments, questions, concerns through the chair. And one person speaks at a time so that we can have accurate meeting minutes. Thank you very much. For that, we can move to an approval of tonight's agenda. Is that right?
So moved.
All right. Stephen has made that motion. Now, because Abby is not here at the time, I'm going to do a rotation between the three associate members who are all here. So Carrie, can you sit in on the motion?
Yes.
All right. So Stephen has made the motion. Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So we now have an approved agenda. Let me make sure I got the right agenda here. I think I do. Okay. The first thing that we want to do is Val has brought to our attention that there are some warrant articles, maybe just one, up at town meeting that has to do with the height of a building in the what do they call that district now?
CMI.
The CMI district. So Val, maybe you can tell us what's being proposed and how we might be able to respond.
I don't think it's just CMI. If you guys have had a chance to read it, and we can have a brief discussion. I don't think it matters now that we have an opinion on it. It's going to be an opinion at town meeting at this point. But there's a motion or a movement to allow 40 feet by right if X amount percentage of whatever you're doing
25%
is goes to affordable housing. So that takes any ability on our part, I believe, out of the equation. And so I just wanted us to ponder it and think about it. I will bring it up or call it at town meeting, but I just think that's something we need to think about because it's essentially rendering our decisions sort of moot. And I thought maybe there could be some modifications, like a percentage of the building could be X amount if the rest of the building was X amount. So I just want you guys to think about it.
Yeah, it's
We don't have to spend a whole lot of time on it tonight. As I said, I think the time frame has come and gone for us to give any input on the front end. So
Can I ask you a question, Val?
yeah,
Doesn't it say somewhere in what we as the HDC does and federally does is the HDC is the final word on like an application in the new Midtown. If they go for 40 and we only want 30, isn't our decision prime decision? Not
Well,
what they're
so-
allowed to.
Diane, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I apologize, but a few years ago, it was raised to 40 feet and I went to town meeting and lowered it back to 30 feet. And now the 2 years have gone by and it's back in front of us. And I understand they want to make this because they think it's gonna increase housing.
Yeah.
That's too general of a statement.
To what end?
I know. So anyway, I did bring it up. I want us to think about it and discuss it, but if people haven't really pondered it at all, we probably should just forward it to another meeting.
Yeah.
But you
Well,
guys weigh
yeah,
in how you feel.
The scary part about it is it sounds like we would be, if the language that you just gave is correct, sounds like we would be superseded.
Right. like
You know, as
according-
long as you met that requirement for the percentage of
And that's my
affordable housing,
concern.
that it's like as a matter of right, regardless of what we say, which would be
But that's where the
a
language is
first.
iffy, because if they don't say regardless of what HDC says, then
Right.
we have a say.
So guys,
So what does by
Yes,
right
Stephen.
mean?
I just kind of want to reel this back in a little bit.
Okay.
And Holly can speak to this too, as prior town planning staff. By right is typically a planning zoning term. So it means, for instance, you can have an accessory dwelling in certain zones by right. You don't need a special permit or a variance or something along those lines. So I just want to be clear on that concept. And then the other thing is, you know, historically, this isn't news to anyone, I think, is, you know, HDC and planning board have been like the Ghostbuster lines. You know, you don't cross the lines. And what I mean by that is not in terms of working cooperatively together, but that the zoning, you know, who used to say it? I think John McLaughlin used to say zoning can allow a skyscraper, but the HDC doesn't have to approve it.
Right.
So they're separate. I just wanted to clarify that. I think it would be beneficial that if we're going to talk about this, maybe we come to the table with some ideas if we think that's necessary, and then, you know, try and have some discussion with planning board members, either, I think officially, probably better given that kind of tenor of things these days. So it's just open and people understand what is being discussed. And to see if there's some collaboration on that.
Absolutely.
And also just to get a better understanding of specifically what, I mean, I can read the language, we can all read the language, but if we have a question, I think the process should be, if there are any questions, put the questions forth and get them answered, and then have a discussion. So we're not kind of not
Contemplating our
certain
belly buttons.
Right.
what we're talking about. It'd be more productive for everyone.
Agree.
I
There's
agree.
one question, is there time to do that before town meeting?
You can call
It's
anything at
pretty
town
soon.
meeting and have a discussion about it.
Well, I think what Stephen's proposing is to have your
Bring
ducks
it
in a
up
row
to-
before town meeting
Right.
and
And
know
it's-
what the language is and what is actually be up for approval or not.
I think we should.
Diane, go ahead.
I think we should know that we're all hopefully on the same table, that does not reduce anymore the HDC that is being sort of wiped out and trashed. So I think it would be very good to have another discussion, so at least we know how our board members feel about it. It's very important. It's going to change the whole atmosphere, as they calling that building already the new island home sort of thing. And I think we have to discuss that so we know. I want to know, if I go to town meeting, that when I say something, somebody's going to back me up, or they're going to not, and discuss it on the table. I hope we go as a team, but I think it would be very good to discuss it before we get to that
Great.
point.
I have one other question.
Okay, so I think that the
Right.
issue is now,
I have
yes?
one other question.
Yeah.
Just in terms of what you know of the article itself, is it a done deal and we don't get?
Well,
to
the
vote on
articles-
Do
it,
you
or
go
is
to
the-
town meeting?
Yes, I
Nothing's a
just-
done deal until,
But
Yeah,
is it,
it's
is
published.
the article up for being voted on this year? You said it's
Yes.
just
Yeah.
a matter
Yes.
of
You have to
right
call
now,
it.
but, so it is something that can be voted down.
So the planning
Yes.
board
Or modified.
discussed it at public hearings, and then they voted on it at public hearing. Just to be clear, what
Yep.
happened.
I'm
today.
sure.
Yeah. No,
I
so
just don't
people
go to
know
every
what-
single meeting this town has. I just
How
can't.
can you? You can't.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting someone needed to do something differently. I'm just, it's, when
I
you say
know.
a done deal, that's not, a that is the
Right.
status.
I just wondered what
that's
the
all.
article
Yeah.
was saying specifically. Are we voting it down?
It's printed in the new thing, in the warrant.
Okay.
Here, pass this down. You can have a copy.
Yeah, staff
Great.
sent out a
Thanks.
copy too.
Okay.
And it's also in the new
All right.
Yep. Yes.
I think we can move on from
Yes.
Yep.
that.
So
We'll get more information. Thank you, Val, and everyone. Okay, now, whoever put in red the recommendations, that was a brilliant idea. Okay, so now I wonder, because we have it all in front of us, can we vote these through as a block?
Yes, please.
You know what I mean? Like, we won't just do hold for revisions, approve it. We'll do it as it's printed right here, in the same way we would do it with our consent agenda. Okay, that will save a lot of time. So unless anyone has, this will be regular board plus Connie. Unless, sorry, go.
I was just going to make a motion to accept and enact the sign committee's recommendations for signs.
Very good. All right. So as you can all see from your agendas, the sign committee has reviewed all these applications and have various things that they would want to see done. Stephen's motion is to go with the sign committee's recommendations on all of them. On that motion, Val,
aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Did I get 5 on that? Yes. I did. Okay, great. All right, now we're to straight up consent. I need to recuse from that. So Stephen, to you.
Yes.
Of 3-5 consent.
Oh.
We're going to look
The
at,
next one I have to recuse from.
okay, so we're going to address consent date number, header number 3 and new business of March 5th. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve consent.
On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
and I'm an aye. And just for the record, Chairman Poole was recused.
Correct. Okay, now we have,
To do it in
well,
blocks.
first of all, I need to recuse from this regardless, but there, because of my firm's application at Squam. But there has also been an issue, and Joe, I want you to chime in on this. On 13 Nobodere Farm, I sit on that board, the Parents Cooperative, so I need to recuse. Joe needs to recuse, but I'm hoping that he can represent a small change that has been made to, and I should add that Stephen Welch will also need to recuse. So, should this,
Complicated.
And Val,
does
to
Val
do a
need to?
group.
Yeah, okay. All right, you know what? Here's what we got to do.
I'll
Can we-
make a motion. I think I have it, if I can.
All right, but can I just say something?
Yeah.
I can pull
You
yours
need to
off.
recuse from the consent agenda.
I was gonna take the ones that are,
Can I just help? Mr. Chair, make a motion to hold number 10, 7 Surfside, to the consent, out of this group of consents.
I like that motion.
Okay.
Okay, so,
And,
And I'm not sitting on this one. I can't sit on this because I'm recused too.
yep, that's okay. I think we'll have enough.
And Ray has to recuse too.
And, well, why don't we hold this one and number 5 to Weatherly Place for a moment?
okay.
Can that be my motion? And,
Then the
keep in
board
mind, I'm
is-
recusing.
yeah, none of us can actually do this. Because I
Wait, if-
can't act on the
Wait, if you
consent.
guys all vote on the one The three of us are off. You can't do
I
consent?
think we need an agenda meeting. Can I make a
Connie, Joe,
suggestion?
Paul, and Diane
Can
can
you,
do it.
I
Hang
think
on.
you can assign Connie. Actually, we can't.
Connie, Joe, Paul, and
Yeah, I actually can't.
three.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that
Does Joe have to
we,
recuse?
I think we can, I believe that we can move matters of agenda without moving the matter in terms of its material
Understood.
nature.
Yes.
So I think we can go ahead and do what I was suggesting, which is
Yep.
Carrie and Val, number 5, 2 Weatherly Place, and number 10, 7 Surfside Drive,
We're pulling those.
will be held out of this group to the next matter.
Okay, so I want to make sure that everyone understands what's going on here. We have a number of people that need to recuse from various items on this particular consent agenda. But what we're doing right now is we're doing a procedural vote simply to take items 5 and 10, right, Stephen? We're going to take items 5 and 10 out of this agenda, and that will allow Val to sit, and it will allow Kerry to sit.
Should we
Because,
do it to number 4 too? Sorry, the one that,
well, we could theoretically, Joe, but let's do this because I think it's just going to be more streamlined.
Yeah, because I don't
Okay.
want to act on the matter that we would recuse from. So we're acting on adjusting, as the chair said, adjusting this portion of the consent agenda so that procedurally, the commission can actually vote on the group itself, completely separate matter.
Righto. Okay, so on this procedural vote, which is to take items 5 and 10 off of the consent agenda momentarily, off of this vote, we'll have Joe sitting on this one. So,
Shouldn't I
Steve-
say,
hang on a second, Diane. Stephen's motion is to remove items 5 and 10 from this particular consent agenda. That's Stephen's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
thank you, Joe,
aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Now, go.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, we're going to strike Val's vote from that, and we're going to substitute Connie. Okay, so Connie, are you in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Okay, very good. All right, so now there's a consent agenda that includes everything with the exception of items 5 and 10. Now, I still can't sit on it, and Joe still can't sit on it,
And I can't.
and you can't.
On the
So,
merits.
yeah, so Val, would you mind sharing just this one?
well,
I am.
Or Diane?
whatever you want.
Okay, so Diane, what I would like you to do is look for a motion to approve all of the consent items except items 5 and 10 for the
Right.
moment. Now, having said that, and as one who is recused, Joe Paul would like to speak on item number 4 under the consent agenda, just so you
Okay.
know.
I just, for the hawks out there.
Yes.
I believe what you meant to say is not to vote to approve the consent, but to make a vote on the consent group.
That's right.
Okay, just to
Yeah.
clarify.
You mean what we just did?
No, we're good,
Okay, okay.
trust me.
All right, so Diane, got it?
Yep, so I would like a motion to approve the consent agenda, taking out 5 and 10 to be reviewed at a different time.
Okay. You're chairing this particular motion, and
Yes.
you're looking for somebody to make the motion.
Yes,
Right.
I'll
I
make the
just
motion.
did, I just did that.
Okay, great. Val's just made that motion.
Okay, Val, thank you. Let's see, Connie, Is Connie on it?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, but before we have to review, what consent do you want to review, Joe?
Item number 4, there's no change to the design. It's just moving 18 feet back from the road. It was at 32 feet. It's going to be at 50 feet. No change to the design. There's a change to the site plan, and I have an Exhibit A to submit.
Okay. Then I
So-
will make that motion to approve the consent group. And number 4 has the caveat that it's moving back 18 more feet
Yes.
per Exhibit A.
Right.
That's
And
my
that we are removing 5 and 10 from the board at this time. So all
Yes.
those in favor, Joe, can you vote on this?
I
No.
can't. I can't.
Val,
Representing.
Aye.
and I'm
Diane?
yes?
Yeah,
Connie,
and
Carrie, and I.
Carrie can vote on it and Connie can vote on it.
Okay, I'm just going down the line now. Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and me, I'm an aye.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Oh, oh,
5 and 10.
Joe, Ray, and Stephen recused on that last one, just for the record.
Joe represented.
Now,
Don't forget.
we
to
do have
do 5
the
and
remaining 2 items, number 5 at 2 Weatherly Place and number 10 at 7 Surfside Drive, from which Carrie and Val both need to recuse, but the rest of us can sit in on this one.
Motion to approve those 2
There's
items.
Stephen. He's made a motion. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Connie,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. All right, so we now took care of consent from March 19th. We do have
Chair,
consent. Yes,
I
sir.
may need a break from those procedural gymnastics.
I know, wasn't it crazy? We should all move to Washington DC.
Mhm.
They'd love us down there. Okay, so now we're going to go to item number 5, consent with conditions. Let's take a check.
Motion to approve
Looks like,
as
No
does
recusal.
anyone need to
Listed.
recuse? Nobody. Okay. All right, so Val has made a motion to approve consent with conditions. On Val's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Kerry,
Aye.
Joe. Wait a minute, I
Aye.
went too far. Val, no Joe, Val,
aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that motion carries.
Holy moly.
Woo!
Turn the page.
Okay, is it 8:30?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We are returning to 3 Weatherly Place. And
Oh, yes.
this did have a board, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was, I believe, well, I know I was on it. I believe,
Oh, you know
Were
what?
you on it?
I wasn't on it.
yeah, so I chaired.
Right.
Who else would like to volunteer their name as having participated on this one?
I don't think I was on it.
I think I was, but
It was
I'm getting
at the,
muddled
it was the
between the
last
house
thing
and solar.
heard last Tuesday.
I feel like it might not have actually gotten.
Mr.
heard.
Chair, actually, I don't think anybody, it didn't really get heard. It was held for review, which
this
we
is new
decided at the very
business?
end of the
It is.
meeting.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm confusing this with the prior application, which we did approve.
Yes.
Which
So
was
it's a
the-
new, brand new.
This is a brand new
one.
application,
Yeah.
and there
We're
was
just
no
bumping
board
over
on it.
version.
Okay. All right,
That's right, no,
there you go. So now, would you like to tell us what you're doing? We actually know what you're doing.
We had to view.
Yeah. And actually, may I,
Yes.
I had asked for a view on this, given its location and potential sensitivity with respect to our guidelines. It is at the end of a road, off, not a major road. It's actually a cul-de-sac or a T. And it is the secondary dwelling on the lot.
Yes.
And I viewed it and my concerns are addressed subject to 2 strategically placed deciduous trees along the front of the property between the road and the house where the solar panels will be. Just to give you the whole thing.
Okay.
The application had 4 trees.
Those are shrub, like lower shrubs, I believe.
I can do 4 or 2. I'm here to offer the vegetation in order to approve the application, so I'll go with the board suggestion.
By the way, our fourth member, our fifth member is going to be Joe Paul. Joe, you in?
Okay. I'm in.
Okay. And I can't seem to open it. This isn't ongoing. Comments from the board?
Well, it's the front of the house, which we typically don't approve, but the upper dormer panels were already approved at some point. So if the lower level is screened somewhat, I am okay with this.
Okay. Val, thank you. Diane?
Hey.
Well,
I moved over.
it troubles me that it's not what we approve and we tried to establish our application, but as Val mentioned, it's part of it's already been done. So in this particular request, because it is already partially done, I would go with it.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Diane. Joe, comments?
Yeah, I think that there's enough mitigating factors to make this approvable. One of them for me is it's a shallow pitch, and also the solar panels are pretty orderly compared to a lot of the solar applications we get where it really appears to be haphazard. So I think that in combination with some screening, and I think just to clarify, we're not looking to have these things be invisible from the street. It's just the vegetation's providing some mitigation, right? So from that perspective, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And it's a black roof.
Yeah, it's a black roof, right?
Okay. I think I'm hearing that we have enough votes to approve this as submitted with, and whatever language we would like to apply with respect to the vegetation. I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I suggest, Joe, if you would restate those as the basis for your motion and as the motion, so it goes in the record. And can we just, before we get to there, if Joe's comfortable with that, can we go down to the next one, to the site plan? I'd be fine with those trees actually being moved out a little bit because they'll create a better visual block of some of the overall as opposed to being right on your front step. So Joe, if you agree with that, take her away.
Yeah, I do. I think we're looking at a little bit of a wall effect here. So do we care about the number of trees? Should it like we're showing 5.
3 is probably good.
3. Okay. So motion to approve the application as submitted with the following revision to the site plan to show 3 trees slid 8 feet closer to the actual cul-de-sac, so they're not right on top of the house, and approved due to the mitigating factors of having a shallow pitch roof, black roof. That's my motion.
Okay, Joe, would you mind, could you draft up an Exhibit A on that one with respect to the trees?
Yes. Yeah, I can
Thank
do
you
that.
very much.
Friendly,
Sure.
just add on to that. It's a secondary structure and it's on a secondary mass.
That's
Right.
part of your motion, right, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there is Joe's motion. On Joe's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. For some reason, I can't. pull
Thank
any
you
of
so
this
much.
stuff up. Oh, thanks. I can't figure out, it says Safari, can't find something.
Tobias, don't get any
broken.
ideas.
Okay, so now we need to ratify the vote on the as-built chimney that was discussed last week. I think that was because of the proper notice thing, the notification. Board on this one is myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby. Oh, by the way, welcome, Abby. Let the record reflect that Abby has joined us, so we now have the full board, and Val Oliver.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is strictly to ratify your approval from last week since we couldn't get it on the agenda within the 48 hours.
Understood.
very strange.
I know, it's bothersome. Okay, so can I have a motion on that for those of you sitting?
Motion to ratify our prior vote.
Okay. On the motion, on Stephen's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's the ratification of that vote. Okay, we are on to old business view at 7A Clifford. The board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Kerry.
I don't know how, but I fixed it.
Love it. Thank you. Wow.
And it's on the one that we're looking at.
Oh, great. Okay. Read. It's your turn.
So I apologize for my absence. I misunderstood the process, but I guess if somebody on the board could clarify as to, my understanding was the neighborhood would be viewed for contextual purposes. I'm happy to reintroduce the plan and the revisions if that's necessary,
Oh, I'm
or
not on
if there's feedback from the board based on their viewing.
I went to see it, so I have feedback.
I think that's a fair introduction.
Okay. So you finished, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I on this?
Carrie, you said you went to view
I did.
and
And I did see that most of the buildings out there are 1.5 stories. And if they're not 1.5 stories, they still have dormers as if they are. Somehow, the roof lines are different than a full 29-foot tall 5-bay house. So I just would love it if you could look at trying to really, I did not find one house like this out there.
No.
I just think it really is, it does read as too much of a city block box because you've got the width and the depth of how you've planned the house. And I think if you see what's out there, you'll see a lot of 1.5 story dormered houses. That was my first instinct, and I need to stick with that because, in fact, I did go out and see that. So, thank you.
okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Diane, go ahead.
As Carrie said, and I said last time before we didn't finish, it is much too formal for Clifton Street, which is out in the sand moors. And it's like downtown or at the Cliff Road or somewhere. It is much too formal. It should be 1.5 stories, which is because it comes out of the area consideration out there for the height. It should be 25 feet. Should be a lot shorter. That L that goes on. How long is that roof? I think
Which roof in particular is she asking?
second one down,
Long one, but they both appear to be about the same
They're both
length.
the same length.
Yeah.
44 feet.
it looks longer than necessary. It needs, the front door, this is not a city street. And it needs to be a country house. And this is what has to be done. And I don't know how many of the houses have roof walks out there. Front door needs to be simpler. It needs to be made simpler. Thank you.
All right, Diane, thank you. Abby, Stephen,
I'll go.
all right.
So I think, for me, a little different perspective. I think the countrification of the structure is relatively simple. It's a matter of creating a 1 3/4 story dormer effect on the front, which would truncate the left and right of the second floor somewhat. And because you're going to be lowering the top plate in those areas. And so basically put a dormer and drop your top plate on the left and the right. I think for the proportions for that to work, you're probably going to need to shave the better part of 2 or so feet off the overall length of the front facade. I have less concerns about the rest of the structure, given its orientation to the street and the fact that it is primarily. Can we zoom in on, read on the screen, the lower right is the rear, correct?
The lower right would be south, which if you're looking at the house from the street would be right.
And that was previously submitted.
Right, yep.
Can you direct us to what's currently proposed?
It's the other 1/4 inch elevation. That one is the same. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the same.
Yep.
And there's that road.
Right. No, I'm not suggesting it's not visible.
Yeah.
But my primary concern is the front of the structure. So I think if you can create a perception of a 1 3/4 story structure by dormerizing it, I'm inventing words left and right tonight. And then kind of truncating the length, that would be beneficial. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Abby?
Abby Camp. Yeah, to Stephen's thoughts on that, I think the massing and the extent of roof line, that would help to that idea of a 1.5 stories, or breaking up the massing somehow so it's just not so solid a mass would, I think would help this. Thank you.
Okay, Abby. And I kind of have the same thing to say, where you have 2 blocks that are connected by a block that's nearly the same size, each block of which is a large house. So we have, kind of 2 large houses together with ridges going in both directions that are quite long, 45 feet. It would be a lie to say that it's all 2 stories, but a heck of a lot of the program is completely 2 stories. So basically, I'm agreeing with what has been said already. Should we move for some
Can I
revision?
supplement?
Yes, please.
Reed, just on your connector here, I think given the visibility from the other roads, given the lower scrub nature of the plant material, I think that connector, you have probably programmatically room to lower the pitch on that roof, even if it's a clear story area, because that pitch isn't going to be viewed in any way other than straight on. So the perception of that being a different roof pitch is never going to make, to my mind, a difference in the vocabulary of the architecture, but it will make a significant difference in the perception of the massing.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank
So
you, Mr. Chair.
should we move it?
Motion to hold for revisions.
There's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Reed. All right, next up is 12 Waposset. Somebody to rep? Do we have anybody to rep 12 Waposset? Sounds like maybe no. Okay, so we'll pass over that for rep. Oh,
Hello, can you guys hear me? I had my hand raised.
okay. Is this Mr. Insight?
Yeah, that's our company. I'm a representative.
And your name is
My name is Roger.
Roger what?
Roger DeZul. Sorry about that.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
Hmm?
All right, so the board, myself, Stephen, Diane, Val, Connie. Let's see, we're looking for some revisions. Can you just walk us through what you've done?
Yeah, so we're proposing to install a solar system on our customer's roof, Mariela Ovidio. She uses a lot of energy, so we're gonna install, quite a few panels. We tried to make them as least visible as possible. We included some elevation pictures, and also what it kind of looked like, in front of the house. Also in like you see the seventh page, you can see that it's probably not visible to any major road, Surfside Road or McComet Road.
Can I'm going to interrupt you for a moment.
Of course.
Have any revisions been made to this since the last time it was heard?
Yeah, we changed the plans to kind of fit what was what you guys were looking for.
What were we looking for?
Well, no, hang on, Diane. So why don't you tell us about that? Because first of all, we don't just judge visibility from major roads. We judge visibility from any traveled way, including the road that is right in front of this building. So why don't you just tell us what you did to change this, and then I quickly want to move it to the board.
Yeah, of course. So, in the previous design, we had everything kind of put towards the end, like the front of the roof, and also that little front section of the roof on the southwest side. There's no panels there anymore. But since she uses a lot of panels, we tried dispersing them, in a way where it won't be too noticeable, maybe in front, because that's where the main or her road is. But that's as far as we went, trying to disperse it from that front of the roof. Again, she uses a lot of electricity, so we tried to kind of manage with what we had.
Okay, thanks. One other thing I'm going to note is the roof is not black, it's gray. But I'm going to take this to the board. Okay, those of you, who's sitting, so I'd like to hear from you.
I'll go. I
Yes.
remember when this came in and we suggested they look at our solar guidelines. If you look from the bird's eye view, there are panels on every single roof plane of this house.
Yes.
Which in and of itself is problematic, but I think it's the style of the roof, so they're working with what they have. The panels and this house is right near the street, so you can see it when you drive through there. I think the panels facing, let's see what direction that is. West on the main roof should go away. Might be amenable to having them on the lower roof, which is a shallower pitch for the porch, but there would need to be some mitigating circumstances, like a tree planted or something, and this house is very close to the street. I don't know if they could do that. It's just not consolidated enough. I don't know how to solve it without actually seeing how things will fit. For instance, there's a lower roof plane on the south, and I think they're taking out a panel because there's a vent pipe there, but they could move the vent pipe and put an extra panel there, thereby decreasing what they need on the front. And I see there's a smaller structure in the backyard, and perhaps something could be moved there. In terms of what's there facing the rear and the side, which is, I guess, south, those would be okay, but the west side needs to consolidate and make them more uniform somehow.
that
And
it,
maybe not as
Val?
many. You still get power.
Right.
So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Can
Stephen.
we go to the site plan, please? I'm sorry, the one that shows the roof plan with the solar. So I'm just going to head on what Val said just a little differently. The concerns with this particular application are with respect to our guidelines there. Many of the solar panels are directly visible from the street on a gray or a dark gray roof, on roof planes that are part of the primary structure and part of the primary mass of the primary structure, on typical pitched roof planes, which is to say they're not shallow, so therefore, as opposed to a dormer on a second story, these roof solar panels will be more visible than they would otherwise be. That's one, a little dense, but it's there. And two is, I strongly suggest the concept of panelizing the secondary structure, as Val mentioned, and also looking at perhaps a ground array. The density of the solar utility that's being created seems much more than is typical for a home of this size. And along the lines of shared responsibility, which is a visual noise component, put it on the ground array, HTC will support you all day long. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right,
I,
that's Diane Coombs for the record.
yes, I believe what Stephen said, this flies in the face of everything that we have tried to do. There are over 30 panels on the house itself, which is, I don't think we have even seen anything that many on a house. You can the vegetation around this particular street is very small, very short, and not hiding in any way. I think that the easiest thing to do would be to start again, following our rules and reducing the amount of panels, put in a heat pump, something or other. But to use over 32 panels on one house is excessive, and there's no way it's going to be hidden. The house, the street is open. You can see it from front and back. So we have to keep that in mind. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. That leaves you, Connie.
Yeah, I really have nothing else to add. I'm in agreement with what's been said about the roof, the amount of panels, the visibility, and the color. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. And I feel the same way. The other board members have expressed all of the important concerns on this. If there is a motion for revisions, I'd love to have our minutes accompany this particular application, if that could be.
So a motion to hold for revisions with a transcript of the meeting discussion to be provided at the next hearing.
Very good. Thank you for the motion. Stephen, on that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thank you. 126R Main Board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val.
Did we skip 93 Sankaty?
I don't.
Hmm?
Oh, no, we were waiting for, no, we
Oh, that was
ratified
ratifying.
that,
Okay.
yeah.
That was in June.
All right.
Are we up, or is there
No, you're
something
up.
in front of us? Okay.
Yep, you're up.
Everybody's favorite project.
Yep.
we went back to the drawing board. We moved it back forward, not all the way, but back forward so we can actually get to the lot. We decreased the 5-foot setback, which is what's required in that zone, down to 3 feet, which is gonna force us into the ZBA. That still gives us enough room to get around it to actually shingle it without trespassing on 124. And we gave you a section of the grade. We changed that lovely little retaining wall. And we changed the window that's interior of the lot, which you can't see from any road. So, you want to add anything?
Just we gave you those 3 options on the right side, those 3D views, which show distance from where it is now, and then there is, I think, 14 feet, 12 feet forward, and 14, I think. So it's different distance. So the rest is really necessary.
Good? Okay,
And we are coming back with something after, totally separate after this, but probably 2 weeks down the road.
okay.
And we will come back with a hardscape plan. That's clearly, we have to do that.
Okay. Were you going to say something, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, Linda, you know the system and it's your prerogative, but are you sure you want to go through and close this out before we see the other one? Because it may impinge upon the next application because this is too close to it. So it's just I just want to have said it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
We sort of
Thanks,
have to
Stephen.
get this off the table before we even know if we can proceed with anything else.
Right.
Okay.
Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing garage circa 1915, and there is an old HDC survey on file. Retaining its visibility from Main Street as it has for over 100 years is important, as this is outbuilding adds to the character and setting of the local and National Historic District. Retaining its current location would be best. However, 2 feet off the side property line is appreciative.
3, Holly.
Is it 3?
Yeah. we
Yeah.
got around
Apologies.
it.
3 feet off the property line is appreciative and not the full, that's required. When you move a structure, I do think that the 15 feet is a little bit of a concern. But again, retaining that visual quality that it's had, for over 100 years, I think is important off of Main Street. So those are my,
Holly, we're now at 12
12.
feet instead of 15. We've moved it back forward north.
thank you for correcting me.
Makes it even better.
They have been corrected.
And
They
Mr.
have
Chair, I
not
did,
corrected
for,
us.
for the record, we do have hand raised from the public.
Sorry, what, Holly?
We do have hand raised from the public.
Yes. And is there anyone in the room that wants to speak on this? Just checking. Okay, whoever has their hand raised, if they could unmute and name for the record. Oh, and is Mickey?
Yes,
Yeah, we're here, Ray.
Oh, okay, whoever, hand raised person, hold on 1 second. We want to hear from Mickey's.
And I
group.
object as usual.
Yep, and Linda's an objection. Go ahead, Mickey.
So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall. And first, I want to thank Holly for last week reading our minutes when none of us were present. That was much appreciated. On this application, we're fine with it, but the closer to the street, the better. So the 12-foot distance is best. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay, so now hand raised person.
Hi there.
Hi.
Alrighty, so
Hello.
good evening. Yep, my name's Kevin Toth. My family's address is at 128 Main Street. As always, like to express my gratitude to the HTC for working to preserve the legacy of historic Nantucket. I'll keep this brief and raise a few key points that have not been answered or addressed. State them now, and I'm happy to repeat them, if helpful at any point, during this discussion. So first, what efforts have been made by the applicant to maintain this historic contributing structure? This question was raised well over a year ago and several times since then, but remains unanswered. Second, what is the purpose of and justification for moving this historic salt box structure in not one, but multiple directions? This could easily be mended and renovated in the place it has historically sat, which is in clear, unobstructed view from Main Street. Due to the way this application has been presented, been a lot of distractions that have veered the conversation away from this important issue. Third, and most importantly, this latest proposal still does not comply with the HDC's policy of moving buildings, which we understand is to require that contributing structures be preserved in their original historic location unless one of the following four exceptional circumstances exist, none of which apply in this case. So number one, the first exceptional circumstance is where the building has been previously moved since its original construction, which is not the case here. Second circumstance is where leaving the contributing building in its original location would pose a threat to the continued existence and integrity of the structure, which is also not the case here. In fact, we are being presented with quite the extreme opposite situation, in which it is only the applicant's ongoing neglect and proposed plans that propose a threat to the continued existence and integrity of this historic contributing structure. The third circumstance is where leaving the contributing building in its original location would pose a threat to persons that is difficult to ameliorate by other means. This is also clearly not the case, as anyone walking along Main Street can see that the applicant's company that is working on the demolition in disguise at 126 Main Street have been using this historic structure for storage of construction materials and tools and are going in and out of the building without hard hats on a regular basis. So clearly they think that the structure is safe for them to use. Fourth circumstance is where leaving the historic building in its original location would deprive the public of benefits associated with the continued visibility due to anticipated as of right development. Again, this is not the case, and again, quite the opposite is true, as it is the applicant's plans themselves that will make this historic contributing building less visible to the public as they walk or drive along Main Street, thereby changing an important streetscape that we all rely on the HDC to protect and preserve. As none of these circumstances exist, and the application therefore does not meet the requirements for a move of this contributing structure, we ask that the HDC deny this inappropriate move and require that this historic salt box structure be renovated and remain in the place that has always sat. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Do you want to bother just a couple of points?
Anyone else want to speak on this? She did? Sarah?
I do, Mr. Chair. Sarah Alger for 124 Main Street. I wanted to go through the reasons why a move should not be allowed, but Mr. Toth beat me to it. So I'm just going to say that I echo everything that he said. There's no justification or reason to allow the move of this historic contributing structure, and the application should be denied. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. I think at this point I will turn it over to the board. Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val, myself. Who wants to?
I'll go.
Diane. Diane.
I will go following Mr. Trost's description. It was a fine, well-defined comment on what has been going on for a long time, and for no particular reason except to make driving and whatever to get up to the second piece of property off 126. So I am against the move of the property for the past existing reasons. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
All right, Val.
I don't have a concern. I think visually for me, from the street, it looks the same.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Connie and Stephen.
No,
did
Abby.
I get, sorry.
Steve.
Abby and Stephen. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh.
Abby.
Abby.
Abby Camp. Yeah, I'm mulling this over my head. Like, are you trying to get something over on me? But I just don't see like what the problem is. I mean, you're moving it, you're going to put a new simple foundation. You can, it'll look the same whether it's 12 feet or 15 feet or, so and if anything, I think you're going to restore this because it's going to get a lot of this attention. And so I don't, I'm fine with the application. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. I think that's to you then, Stephen, correct?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So my concern is with the site dimensions and as they are transferred over to the illustrations. And what I mean by that is if you look at C101, site plan garage 12, it shows the dimension of the structure at less than 2 feet off the rear corner, the lower rightmost corner. And I presume that this is the information that was then used to generate the 3D simulation. So the reason for the concern is because then you're looking at the 3D view and it's showing the structure 2 feet off the property line versus 3 feet off the property line. And there is a difference, but we're not seeing it. I think I articulated the concern there.
Can I
You want him
point
to
something
explain
out?
that to you?
Hang on.
Or is that jog?
The property line actually jogs.
Yeah.
That's why it's less in the back.
The property line takes a little
It's not
jog
a
in.
straight
Right, but it's not a foot difference. This is like a.
I also
4-inch
think it's
difference.
not straight,
Yeah.
but
Well, no, but it's,
I don't think so. I think it's doing like this.
Yeah,
right,
it's
but
at
the
3 feet
garage.
at one point and 2 at the other.
All right,
I'm
well,
gonna,
listen.
I'm gonna try and speak
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Sorry, Stephen. I just,
The garage is currently being relocated, if not exactly parallel, very closely parallel to where it is. It is being shown at the rear where there is probably a 4 or a 6-inch jog at less than 2 feet from the property line. So at the front, it will be approximately 2 feet. The issue is not the matter of the 6 inches at the rear. The issue is of the overall foot. It is not likely showing up in the 3D view because it's being generated off the drawing that shows this 2 feet off the property line.
2'6", Steve, we're looking at it.
Well,
And 2 at the back, you're right. It's 2 feet 6 in the front and 2 at the back where it jogs.
well, no, it can't be 2 at the back because if you look at can you zoom in on the
Yeah, show it
lower
to me.
right-hand corner of this? Right here?
Steve, look at the close-up here.
Just please, I would like to have coherence of thought. Can you zoom in a little more here? Okay, so unless I'm misunderstanding, and I'm not trying to be pointed, but I'm making the point. The dimension line at 2 feet is about the depth of the width of a corner board in from the corner of the structure. So it's
seeing the roof.
Yeah, but this is a simple structure, so there aren't overhangs, right? It's a
Oh.
3/4 inch rake board. So there's just,
Okay.
the concern is that the documentation does not align with what we're being told. And I'm not suggesting anything here other than I would like it to align, and I want to make sure that the illustration we're looking at is an accurate representation of what this will look like when it's done. Because for me, I think the way it's shown in the illustration at 12 feet is acceptable. If it's going to come further off the property line in that illustration, then I would want it to move forward more. Because I want more of that to be retained, more of that view to be retained. I think that preserves a historical perspective, which then provides the case for the HDC to be able to say accurately that the historic character and fabric of that structure has not been altered to the extent, I'm not saying has been altered at all, but that it has not been altered to the extent that it is no longer contributing. For instance, if you moved it 5 feet over off the property line, it's going to be behind the house and it's going to alter that character and setting. So those are my concerns and those are my
If you want to
points.
tag it to 2.6, that's fine, because that's what's on the
Hang
plan.
on.
Steve, the front of it at 2.6.
Yeah, a 2.6 I think is appropriate, but I want it to be, I want the draw, I don't, this is my other concern, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
we're gonna come back, we're gonna have another set of drawings as you've represented, on behalf of the applicant that have to do with this lot. This is gonna come up as this particular application will come up as a topic of discussion. I want a clean set of drawings that accurately represent what we approved, so we're not looking backwards and saying, oh, there was a typo on this, and it meant to be this, and the other thing meant to be this, and then coherency once again becomes lost. Let's keep it simple for everyone, including you, and it makes everyone's lives a little bit easier.
2 feet in the rear and 2.6 in the front, which is on the close-up. It's on the close-up up there.
All right. So my opinion is akin to Abby's, which is, I think that this is actually doing net benefit to this structure that has been suffering now, but also I will point out suffering before the current owner took possession of this building. It's been suffering for a long time, and I think that putting it on a new foundation and the fact of moving it, I don't think adversely affects its historic character. So I'm okay with the application as submitted. So we have a whole range of
I'll
opinions.
make a motion.
Go ahead, Abby.
That it's 2.6 off the front and 2
To the corner
feet
in the
off the
back.
back.
Okay.
Are there any more
With
things
the
to stip-
illustration.
And the
updated
illustration
if
has
there's a
to,
modification.
I'll
Yeah,
give you a
ma-
close-up of it, Steve, for the file.
yeah, that the
Okay.
drawing reflects
but-
what you're actually going to do.
It's 12 feet back, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're talking, well, there's a drawing that shows, and it's a 12-foot move
Yeah.
towards the rear.
Yeah, 12 feet,
Yeah. We'll give you a close-up of that whole section.
12-foot move.
Okay, that's a motion.
That is a motion.
Okay, so just to summarize, Abby's motion is going to memorialize the fact that this building will be, it's actually 2 feet 7 and something, 2 feet 7 inches off of the side property line at the front and 2 feet 0 at the back. And that it is moving forward by 12 feet as opposed to 15. That's Abby's motion.
back, it's back,
What?
moving back.
Moving back, I'm sorry. I phrased that wrong. Okay, so that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie, stop talking.
yeah, Diane,
No,
okay, Abby,
I'm an aye.
and I'm an aye too. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you,
very
everybody. Through
Through
staff, yes. And now to 250 Matticat Road, myself, Diane, Abby, Joe, Connie.
All right, hold on. So it is Ray,
What?
Do you want to break with me?
Is it
Diane,
time already?
That they got here.
Wow, okay. Hey, so before we continue, the board members have unanimously decided to break for pizza before it gets
already?
cold. Apparently so.
Okay.
Got a text. that said,
you don't want to finish mine and just move on?
Hmm?
You don't want to finish mine and then I can sit down?
So
You're not on. You can go to-
sorry.
12 foot and then what else? Oh, verification. on
It'll be a
drawings.
short, we'll take a short break.
All right.
Drawings. To reflect.
We'll be back at 5:20. Back at 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Abby. All right.
Oh, you're just doing 250 now?
2'7".
Yeah.
Okay. Not on it.
And okay, we're back, folks. We're at 250 Matticat Road. Board, myself, Diane, Abby, Joe Paul, and Connie Patton. Okay?
Okey-doke. Back to my notes.
No, not.
There are other pictures, there are other maps and everything below that, so I think you're all familiar with it. We went back and Dreamland was able to modify the pitch. So the front end dropped the windows to 2 and not 3 across, and it's almost exactly identical to one of the ones I showed you before. There are 2 other houses here that are identical to it, one in Sconset, one in off of Hummock Pond Road. And it's almost identical to the one off of Hummock Pond Road. We did rotate it as far as we could rotate it so they can still see the water. Now, I provided a lot of context where a lot of these houses out there, because they all want to see the water, are rotated to some degree. They're not square to the street just because they're in Matticat and they want to see the water. So we did rotate it. You can see where the dotted line is and where we rotated it even further counterclockwise. And still be able to see the water from that second floor deck. I had moved the deck back to 8 feet, but it was still 10 feet on the plan, but I drew it back to 8 feet, so it is now back to 8 feet on the second floor. Again, we changed the pitch, so it was more of a steeper pitch, and that's pretty much it. If you want to go to the elevations, that would be helpful. And yeah, you got to turn it sideways. Oh, yeah. You can see how flat it was before on the right, and you can see where we've reduced the 3 windows. It also reduces some of the massing appearance and changed the pitch, lowered it, and split the windows up. And that's really the only elevation you can see from the street because of the amount of foliage on this lot to the west, as well as the foliage on the lot to the west. And it's 100 and I think 60 feet off the road, which is the furthest back of any house in that entire run of Matticat Road. And it's behind what used to be called Chris Whitty's house. And some changes are going to be coming in with that house. So some of the anomalies are on the back, which you can't see it from anywhere. And you can't see one of the sides, the east side or northeast side at all. And you can only obliquely see the side with the dormers, and the other 2 houses with the dormers are completely visible from a traveled way. So hopefully changing the pitch will make this a much more palatable issue. So I'm interested to hear what everybody has to say.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Holly, do you have anything to say on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did actually write down a couple things on this one. I think the fenestration looks better and more in line with the glazing requirements within building with Nantucket in mind. The design is boxy, understanding it is modular, but the commissioners did mention last time about it being boxy. And I just thought about a recommendation about dropping the corner boards more and provide some sort of additive massing if at all possible. But I do appreciate the revisions. Thank you.
Did you say dropping the corner boards?
What does that mean?
A drop in the plate? Yeah.
Oh, we can't. We're
Okay.
stuck with the plate. And we're stuck at 20. But the other thing is, guys, we're stuck at 25 feet because we're in the VR zone out there.
Hang on. Okay. Holly, thank you. Board members. Myself, Diane, Abby, Joe, Connie.
Joe's up
Yes.
there somewhere.
What?
I'm here
Joe.
first if you want. I think the rotation definitely helps, and the reduction down to 2 windows on that north gable and the roof pitch adjustment mitigate this thing from feeling squat. The only thing that I feel like is nagging at me is on the west elevation. And I know this isn't Dreamline's part of their package, but they do these 5-foot porches with these 7 pitch roofs, these steep porch roofs, and they come right up underneath the sill of the windows. And I would love to see that porch 7 feet deep and go to a 5 pitch. I think it would help the house quite a bit. Other than that, I have no concerns.
Okay, Joe, thanks. Who's next?
I have just a few things to say.
Yep, Abby.
Okay, so Abby Camp for the record. I think the north elevation where you reduced it to 2 windows on the second floor, I think now those windows don't relate to the other fenestration. I mean, I appreciate the steeper pitch, yes.
On the main roof.
On the main, but I'm having a problem with the fenestration sort of being some sort of pattern or design. I think the oblique view of the west that you're going to see with those double ganged windows, I wish those were one window. I think that's a lot to have 3 dormers double ganged like that, because we still are going to see them from the street. So those are just a few comments. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Let's see, Connie and Diane.
I'll go if you like.
Thank you, Diane.
I agree with Abby on the west elevation. Those 3 dormers, they're heavy for the house. Should be down to a single window and brought in, rearranged a little bit. I think the roof that I think Joe Paul spoke about is interesting. I would like to see that. I don't know it well, but if it tucked up under the roof, it certainly would be interesting. I appreciate the rest of the work done, but I would like, I know the area pretty well. I had a foreign, or I have still a foreign car that Chris spent his life with. So it got to know his backyard pretty well. I think it's very close. I just would like it to be a little simpler and more working with the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Connie?
I was just looking at the,
You got to turn your thing on.
oh, I have it on. I was just looking at the north elevation with those 2 windows, but Carrie explained that it's hard to do 3 because it's modular. I just think it looks a little bare on that north elevation.
We had 3 before.
You had
You had
4.
before.
Oh, 3, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess
Modular,
it's
the
hard.
window's right in the middle.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. So, I mean, that was my one glaring concern, but I am a little interested, like Diane said about the porch, extending that. I don't really have a lot of other concerns with it. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. I'm completely in agreement with Joe's observation about the steeply pitched, very shallow porch. If it were deeper, good, but I think in making it deeper, you also need to make the roof pitch shallower. The roof pitch on the porch is almost as steep as the main roof pitch, which you kind of never see. So that's literally my only concern on this project at this point. What would you folks like to do?
I want to hold it for revisions then.
Seems like, yes, Joseph.
I have a suggestion, and see if the other board members would agree with this. Somebody mentioned corner boards. I think that if all of the shed dormers lost their corner boards and had cottage corners, it would calm all of those dormers down a little bit. And on the west elevation, if you took the center dormer that's double windows and made it a single, it's in the bathroom. That would give you'd read more of the main gable and you'd keep your fenestration in the bedrooms. So I would make a motion to approve this with a 7-foot deep porch with a 5 pitch. All the shed dormers lose their corner boards. And on the west elevation, that center dormer has a single window instead of a double.
To be clear on that one, the dormer size would reduce with the window.
Yeah, that's correct.
In other words, the dormer wouldn't remain the same size and just go to a one window in it,
Yeah.
right?
That's right. Now, I don't know what the implications are on the floor plan there, sorry, but I'm just trying to find a solution to calm down that west elevation that faces the street that could potentially be resolved here at the meeting.
Okay.
We'll take that.
You'll
If it-
take it?
Yeah, if it
All
doesn't
right,
work,
Joe,
we'll come
can you
back.
produce an Exhibit A on that?
Yes, I can do that.
And that would also be your motion, correct?
And that's through staff.
Through staff.
Yep.
That's my motion. Does everybody
Okay.
understand that?
Terry,
Pretty sure, yes.
she needs to listen to the motion.
Yes, fenestration wise,
You're
it
not
will stay
sitting on
the
it.
same. It will just be the two. The porch is gonna get shallower.
She needs to hear what Joe said.
Gonna be a no? Well, here, let's put it to a vote, see what happens. So that's Joe's motion. On Joe's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm 3/4 of the way, but a no.
okay, Diane,
I think it's interesting. I guess I would like to see it. Yeah,
okay, so I think the idea is that this would be a through staff. So the motion currently is a through staff proposal. So would you be against that proposal?
no, I'll go for it.
Okay, so then you're a yes. Let's see, Connie and,
Joe,
oh, Joe on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. Now on to new business of March 5th, 89 Bartlett Road, Solar Historical Association.
Can I just say that I did this on the consent, didn't make it in for some reason or other. But it doesn't say anywhere, I just tell everybody that it has a metal roof.
Well, here, let's just get in, oh, there we go. Mr. Glidden,
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Pohl. It's a pleasure to be here as always. Thank you, Mrs. Coombs. This building actually has a asphalt roof. It is a gray asphalt roof. It is currently the building that houses a large, lovely collection of historical items for the island, so a very important building for the island. We have been bestowed with the pleasure of putting solar on to make sure those items are nicely conditioned, like we are here this evening. And we are proposing to put solar on this large kind of industrial building. It sits about, don't quote me exactly, but about 250 feet back from Bartlett's Road.
We'll never see it.
And I'm happy to answer any questions the board has. We have got some flexibility on this roof to, adjust panels accordingly, but I didn't think it would be much of a big issue for the board because things are so pushed back from the road.
Okay. Thank you, Tobias. Well, I guess this is the regular board. Yep.
I'll go.
Okay.
So I went by this today and I agree it's off the road quite significantly, but it's a very light gray roof, so the black shows up quite a lot. I was wondering, I wanted to ask Tobias if we could take some of the panels on the southeast, which is what's facing the road, and fill in more on the southwest. I know that it would give the little sawtooth effect on that side, but that side is not very visible. So
Mhm.
you could probably move some of them there. And then this is just my thought, whatever's closest to the big wide gable on that side, which is the southeast, keep them in as far as you can toward that front facing gable and plant a tree somewhere. And that would probably do it.
Val, can I just reiterate what you just said, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah.
So looking up on the screen, so the moving whatever we could onto the main mass and then moving everything to the right as much as possible.
Right.
Thank you.
Correct. And it looks like you have space to plant some kind of a screening tree, and that's my
Okay.
suggestion.
All right. Thank you. Who's next? Regular board.
I'll go.
Diane?
I think it would be hard. I think it's going to be hard to see. Because it's tucked in the back and there's a trees around it on the back side, so it's somewhat hidden. And it's a commercial building. So I don't think it's going to be overly visible where it is.
Is that it,
That's-
Diane?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, Abby?
Can I get a clarification?
Mm.
Val, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. So basically you're saying take some off the front and put them with the main roof on the southwest and then condense?
That's what she
Still
said.
in there, and
Yeah.
I know that's a sawtooth, which isn't optimal, but that's not visible. Put a few here, and then the remaining amount, tuck them over as far as you can and plant something. There is a house in front of this on this side, but this is a straight shot from the road. It would just mitigate it. Because this isn't black, it's light gray.
Yeah.
Right.
So I heard Little Bird just said, why not just put them on the west?
Yeah.
Can we go to the site plan, please?
Do
I'm
you-
not
do you
adverse
mean-
to your
do you
suggestion.
mean
I
the
just-
northwest?
No, I think the southwest, because
Right.
now they're facing the southeast
Right.
on the front. So what about just flipping those over so they're on the southwest? I mean, the problem, right, is you get the morning sun, but it's lower, and then you go to the other side and it's higher, and I don't know. I think it would be more beneficial to have it on the southwest, but I'm not adverse to the suggestion that Val presented. I think we want to see it and see the tree and stuff. Because how that's gonna lay out on that roof with the sawtooths is gonna determine how many, you know what I mean? It's not just gonna be, oh, move 6 here and.
Are you,
If anybody else has some comments, I really appreciate them. Then maybe we can just hold this for some revisions, and I appreciate the comment and
well,
feedback.
let's see. Abby hasn't gone yet.
I can go quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just don't want to see them from Bartlett Road. So I'm with Val. If you can put them on the gable, that side gable, and of course the ones in the back are fine. So if you can come up with something like that, I would be fine with it.
I'm the same.
Everybody
So
just come back and
We'll
be
see
fine with
how-
everything.
you know,
Cool.
See how much you can weight the southwest as opposed to the
Fabulous.
southeast.
Great.
And
Yeah,
it
who
was a
wants them on
view,
the
so everybody
southeast
could view
anyway?
it.
They're
Well, it's
cooler that
visible.
way.
Yeah.
Motion all for revisions.
Okay. There's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank
I just
you.
want to say thank you to Tobias because he always does try to work with us as opposed to some other installers that,
Okay, well, let's leave it. Yes, thank you, Tobias, for working with the board. I agree with that. Okay, Moby, am I doing this right? Yeah, Moby Way, 5 Moby Way.
When someone makes a mistake, you're not supposed to emphasize. Good evening.
Good evening. Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. So this is an application for a pool house structure on Moby Way. Moby Way is that subdivision that's kind of on the way to Cisco. I think it's called like Hummock Pond subdivision. All the main houses are these sort of smaller kind of one-story, almost sea ranch style cottages. And this is a second dwelling essentially on the property. It's about 1,000 square feet, single story, ridge is 19 feet. It's towards the back of the lot, so there's probably limited visibility from Moby Way. It is adjacent to Hummock Pond Road, but it's about 125 feet from the road. There's a vegetative buffer that's part of this cluster subdivision that's all undisturbed. So it's limited visibility. We are proposing no corner board. So the existing house is white trim, white sash. But on this house, we are proposing just white sash and white trim that's related to the eaves and the rake boards. Again, it's cottage corners. So we're really trying to kind of keep it sort of minimal in the landscape. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Ethan, thanks. Comments?
I'll go.
Go.
I went out there because I was a little bit scared about this funky fenestration, but this is not going to be seen. The little garage right at the beginning of that driveway blocks any visibility into the lot and the house that's there, the way it's vegetated. So if we see anything, it would be from Hummock Pond Road, but it's so low, I think, with what's there, we'll just see a roof. So that
All right, Val.
assuaged my
Your
concern.
concern. All right, thank you. Next.
Am I on this?
It's regular board, yeah.
Okay, regular board. I'm okay with it too.
All right. Stephen, Diane?
Me too.
Motion to approve is submitted.
What? Don't I get to talk?
You don't want to talk.
Come on, I want to talk. I just think it's really nice that they name at least one road after a contemporary musician. Oh, isn't it Moby, the, electronica? Oh, that, oh, no, never mind. Sorry. He's a musician.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay, who made the motion? Who made the motion? Stephen. Okay, on the motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Huh?
Dun dun.
Puts on a real splash.
Hey, it's just so that our associates can get some time.
I'll
Should
sit
I
off
s-
the next one.
Well, I was gonna sit off.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Are you
Come on
kidding
now,
me?
everybody can't
You-
sit off the next
My
one.
seasoned veterans are gonna leave me.
No,
I'll
no,
stay.
I'll stay off.
No, I'm teasing. I'm
Look,
teasing.
I'll stay off for 4. I'll stay off for 4, okay? Is that all right, Stephen?
Ah,
We can
okay.
get associate members in. Little rotation.
All right, so who's left?
You got your regular board on this
Regular
one.
board plus 1 associate.
So it's Steve,
Where are we in the
Val.
rotation?
Abby,
Carrie's on this.
Diane, Carrie. Okay.
Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie,
Diane.
and Ray's not.
This is an as-built, isn't it?
No, it's not an as-built.
Guys, Linda has the floor, and I don't normally do this, but
Sorry, I can't
Let's-
stop.
disco ball drops from the ceiling.
Well, we have a musical interlude.
HTC becomes a musical instead of just a satirical drama. Oh, did
I'm
I
not
say
sure you
that
want to
out
go there
loud?
either.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's start again. Linda?
This is not an as-built. The foundation has gone in. If you drive by it, you can see the foundation's gone in. The pool was already approved last week, and the pool on the one on Lot C to the right, which is actually 61 Fairgrounds now, was approved last week, and that house is up. This house just has a foundation. The foundation in the first floor and the second floor are pretty much the same. It's the roof structure that had to change because we went from modular to stick-built, and you couldn't stand up in the second floor. So the plate changed on the second floor. So if you want exactly the footprint you're looking at there now is exactly what the footprint is
Can we go to the
already
elevations,
approved. You
please?
might as well go to the elevations. That would be a lot easier. There's a streetscape as well. If you want to go back up to the picture, the streetscape, please. There you go.
Well, wait. Linda, please, can we look at the elevations of what's proposed versus what was previously approved? Yes. Let's just cut to the chase and move on.
We're changing the roof. We're changing the roof. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
And I gave you probably 40 houses within, 200 or 300 feet of this thing that are all the same. The
Can
one
we see
next to
that
it,
upper part?
if you want to go down a little bit lower.
There you go, thank you.
There you go. That's the street side. If you want to go down further.
So this is actually the reverse of
The,
Clifton.
the left is what was previously approved. The
Clifton.
right is what we're asking for.
Right. I was just pointing out, at Clifton, we discussed actually the exact opposite. It was a presentation of a 4 or 5 bay, and we were talking about putting a dormer on it, and you're going the opposite way.
Yeah, which is very consistent with what's in the
All right.
neighborhood.
And then the
Yeah.
next elevation?
Well, everybody's subdividing over there now. If you want to keep going, that's the rear. There you go. That's the rear now. And most of the rear you can't see because it's so hard up against the guy next to the left of us, which is also a 2-story house with a big fence.
Okay, and then can we go back to the site plan, please?
I'd love it if you go to the pictures eventually too.
Okay, yeah, I just want to look at,
And this one only has one dwelling, the other 3 lots have 2. This one only has the one.
Yuri, we've really got to work on your line weights. No
Yeah,
offense. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, why don't we go to Linda wanted to show us the pictures and then we'll open this up for discussion.
Down below,
Further down? Well, let Fiona
No.
know where you'd like us to
the
go.
other way, down,
Down.
down. That's up. Okay.
Yeah.
And these are the pictures of see the backhoe there, the 544, that is where the foundation was dug. So it's and the piece to the right is Lot C. If you, yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
go to the one above it, please. No, there. That is the person next door to us, to our southeast. That's the immediate abutter. And you can see where we're digging the foundation if you keep going.
Okay.
That's digging the foundation. Lot C is to your right. Keep going.
Linda, just to be clear, the foundation is actually further over than where the.
It's
machine-
way to the left of the C, but
Okay.
the vehicle,
Okay,
Yeah.
Linda, I think you covered it.
okay, because
Like-
it's not
like-
inconsistent
yeah.
with what's around it and what's next to it and what's around
Yeah,
the corner
I think-
from it.
I believe you made that point. We may differ on the details, but, okay, can we go back to the elevations?
As you can see, the rear of it, you're going to not be able to see any side of one side and maybe partially the other side just because of the way they're all set up over there.
The primary visibility of this structure is the front of the house due to its orientation, the topography.
Dead on the
other
street.
landscaping.
Yep.
Can we go to the next elevation up, please? The top, there you go. And maybe just click out a hair. Nope, out.
How many clicks John McLaughlin
Yeah.
would say?
And then if you can just center that sheet so we can see it. Perfect, thank you. So who would like to begin?
I will.
Val.
Changing it from modular to stick build would, I think, improve an overall height because you can adjust and not have the double floor system in between floors. So that argument I don't buy. I know it's like the house next to it and the houses that you've shown, but those are farther off the street. I'm not gonna oppose this, but I think it's changing the character of our whole little area there. And I was wondering why this says it's 27.5, and right next to it, the one you're changing it from was 28.2, and it's significantly lower. And it looks like it's the same scale, so,
Do you want him to explain that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
through the chair.
Can I explain
Gary?
I would.
So the one on the left is what was previously approved, and that's how it was approved. I didn't add the dimension. That's how it was approved with the 28-foot 2 height, which that was actually also a main reason why we had to adjust the height. So it's clearly not buildable the way it was approved. And
Okay, thank you. Yuri,
raising
I'm
the
gonna,
roof, we ended up at 27.7, so
thank you.
lower than.
Because obviously the space in between the plates has decreased. That's why it came down.
but I want to address that because this came up at the last time. There's clearly, and this isn't to be pointed, but there's clearly an error in the numerical valuation of a scale drawing that's closer to 22 or 23 feet tall. So I think where we had a concern before was the argument may have been posed that because it's labeled 28, that we have to make the whole building taller. No, it's what's drawn, and then you break out a 1/4 inch scale, which is why we have a scale. So that if you make one error in your dimensions or 10 errors in your dimensions, the scale comes out because it's what's drawn that represents the overall design elements, their proportion and relevancy to one another. So what I'd really like to do is get off that topic because it's not a winner for anyone because it's just a waste of time. You guys are presenting basically a modification to a slightly taller, more of a farmhouse style than a cottage farmhouse style. And we're debating the merits of the application based upon what's in front of us. Fair enough? Okay. Who would like to go next?
Who said I was done?
Oh, Val.
I'm just razzing you.
Okay.
And it says on one of the drawings that it's 25'10", so there's nothing consistent here.
Is
Just
that the
saying.
rear elevation, Val?
Yeah,
That's what
looking
it
at
is.
it blown up.
Carrie?
Yeah, it is 2 feet lower.
What's interesting to me is that it's a 5-bay on the first floor and a 4-bay on the second floor, and I think it's like.
Can we hear you a little better, Carrie?
Sorry, Diane. I was just commenting that it's a 5-bay on the first floor and a 4-bay on the second floor. And I think because this neighborhood is not so formal, that this actually is okay. Being off-bay system, so to speak, first floor to second floor. But they've obviously done it just because of the dormer change. The plan didn't change at all, I guess. But again, I still don't understand the argument that you can't build it the way it was approved.
Yeah.
But I do think this is approvable. I really hope that it really is only 27 feet tall because much taller, or 27.7, much taller. And I think it really would be out of scale for the neighborhood.
It
I
will
do
be
know there's some large
27.7.
buildings going in there.
It'll be 27.7.
Yeah, I think when you do a big old development like this in a neighborhood where there's lots of smaller sort of buildings, a little bit of scale down is a good thing. So keeping it at 27.7 is what I would say should be.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
So I kind of like the previous approved with the more cottagey, with the dormer in the front. I think this is going too formal. It is you know, even if it's labeled as 28.2, it looks smaller and it looks more in keeping with the neighborhood that is smaller houses. I think I know you're gonna say you can't see them, but those G windows in the back have horizontal panes, so I think that should just be taken care of. I'm afraid to say, those are my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane?
I guess I would go with the proposed elevation. I think on the east elevation, the reduction of the 4 windows above the 5 blocks will fit in. I don't know whether on that west elevation, those French doors should have kick panels, which would lighten those windows up somewhat, and the door to the right also. And Abby's absolutely right about those little square chiclet windows. They should be changed, picked up. And that's it for right now. Okay.
Those little windows were already approved, just for the sake of argument. So were the
They have
doors.
red.
So were the doors. And it's in the back of the house.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
I guess that leaves me. Yeah, I like the smaller cottage, but this isn't inappropriate. It's not, I think, ideal, but it's, I believe, approvable. Maybe some minor modifications as were mentioned. What do we want to do, folks? Oh, I would like to see actually either a faux chimney or some trees worked into the.
But we have landscaping that, remember you
Yeah.
approved all that before?
Well, I know, but we approved subject to what was there, so I'd like to, you know, get your honor that you'll bring the landscape back. I think it'll be a critical part of the success of this. We can help you in that. And then if you guys are amenable to a chimney, I think you could seal the deal.
All right, because you didn't like it on the other ones, but we'll put it back on this one.
The chimney?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
think
didn't
so.
like it.
Well,
It's-
I think it
it's-
would be good
it's
on this.
It lends itself.
Okay.
Okay, Val,
Maybe to one end.
did you want to?
Make a motion? No.
Carrie, come on.
I would motion to approve a little bit begrudgingly because this kind of mistake sort of like puts us in a weird spot. And with a chimney, either left or right end, I think.
Inboard.
Inboard.
Huh?
Inboard.
Inboard. So it's the chimney.
Left
the
or right,
mas-
but inboard.
Yeah, the
not
masonry
centered.
is.
Yeah.
The masonry is not on the exterior of the structure.
Yeah.
Which they're not going to do with a faux chimney anyways.
Yeah.
But I think it's worthwhile to point that out. So that's great. And then that's through staff.
Yes.
Okay. And
Cool.
on your motion, Carrie,
Aye.
let's see, Abby.
I will abstain.
Okay. Val.
I'm like Carrie, begrudgingly. Okay, I still don't understand why it can't be something different being stick built, but
Okay. So, but the vote is a yes?
begrudgingly.
A yes, right? Okay. Because I don't think we can legally begrudgingly do anything.
It's on the.
So we'll take that as a yes unless there's dissent from Val. I don't hear it. Diane?
I guess I'm one of those begrudging ones. So better take what you can get, I always say.
And
So
we
you're
run.
going to go with an aye,
And we run away.
and I'm an aye.
Right, staff approval.
So that carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention, Abby abstention. Okay,
Yeah.
we're on to
Sales.
103 Washington Street.
Okay.
Is Joe here?
No, it's me.
Yes.
Oh.
But he's here, but no, not
The
that
other-
Joe, the other Joe.
Oh, sorry, Joe. You are next, though. Joe, Paul. on
So
this.
who do I have?
Vicky.
It's,
Yeah,
it's
too.
gonna be myself, Abby,
Yep,
Diane,
yep.
Val, and Joe.
And who? Joe?
And Abby's gonna sit off, and it will be Connie.
It's a no Abby. All right, so it's Steve, Val, Diane, Joe, and Connie.
Correct.
Okay. This is Charlie Sales' building. Anybody who's been down there and frequented it knows it needs a little bit of tender loving care. And Joe Topham did a beautiful job fixing it, and they want to expand it because there's so many places that are not open during the winter. They want to keep open. They want to have interior seating. They want to air condition it, which it is not necessarily at the moment. And they want to just fix it up and make it look better. Because if you've been over there, you know the area to the left of Charlie Sales is a flat roofed freezer area, refrigeration area. There's a second floor stairs missing. There's all kinds of stuff that is going to dress this baby up. And I don't know much more to say about it except to make it look nice. And I gave you a lot of the aerials and the historic 1938, 1957 aerials. It wasn't there. It was built in 1975. Basically as the front structure, and then pieces were added onto it over time as the need for more refrigeration and living quarters for staff upstairs. So it just sort of morphed. And now we want to fix the whole building and make it look nice and presentable and open year round and be able to deal with the scalpers as well, or any other fishermen. I mean, it's just going to be more of a serviceable building than it has been in the past, and make it look nice. And remember, it's right across from the Great Harbor. It's right next to where they store their boats in a storm, and their
Okay,
storage
Linda.
building. You know,
That's-
you guys get the
You
picture.
did a good job, thank you. First of all, any questions from anyone?
I do have one.
Okay, Val,
Did you want to go to Holly first?
no? Questions? Val has the floor.
That are a vertical board, but it doesn't identify what that material is.
Natural to weather vertical. Barn board.
So cedar?
Yeah.
Or the like?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Val?
No. I
At
make a
this
motion
time?
to approve it.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, for the record, this is a circa 1975 commercial structure. It is contributing. The site plan should clearly indicate the total proposed square footage being added. It's not really clear. The proposed fenestration on the facade might be exceeding the requirements within building with Nantucket in mind. The 20 light ganged windows on the north doesn't seem to relate to the building as it does the facade to the addition on the front, if that makes any sense. So if you look, actually this north elevation right here, part of this part is going to be shielded by the building next door. So I'm not too sure what the functionality of this is on that elevation where it actually fits on the facade itself.
I think that's his office, Holly.
Okay. Where am I? The addition on the front does exceed the, oh, I had a question on whether or not the addition on the front, if it exceeds the length of the ridge as recommended with building with Nantucket in mind. I wanted that
It is a
clarified.
commercial structure.
But I know
though.
it's a commercial structure, exactly. However, this is a working waterfront building. Historically, they were bigger. And anecdotally, my mother used to open scallops at sales, so I remember this site very vividly in my memory bank. Understanding the need to take that freezer that I think was put there about, what, 5-6 years
Probably
ago
more
or
like
so?
10 years ago. They
Has
had
it
to
been
go
that
to
long?
ZBA
Oh,
for that,
God.
yeah.
I
It's
think
been
the proposed addition to that side will help that elevation, so I'm happy to see some of these changes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly, we appreciate it.
I'll take Val's motion.
Val, do you want to add anything other than you're ready to move it?
No, we got Vicky.
Just hold on a second. I think there's a chair on this one. Val, did you want to add anything before I move on?
No.
Okay, Diane, you're up.
Okay, well, Vicky has a thing if he wants to speak.
Well,
But
Lynn,
Worked here-
Diane, I didn't see his hand up, so I didn't call on him.
I worked here for 15 years, 15 years. Opening scallops, making Nantucket Pride, delivering to Boston. I think it would be a good idea perhaps if somebody went by and looked at it. The front is sort of complicated. It was a very casual building. It grew as a casual building, but the refrigeration, which is that building on the left, has been there for ages because that's the only way. Well, he had the small freezer inside, but the rest of the stuff went out there. So that's unnecessary. I thought it came in looking pretty well. It's a very flat land. There's nothing that grows there over 2.5 feet. But I think it would make it easier to see those stairs that go up to the second floor. How much space you've got between that building that they have, the stairs, and the yacht club building, which is right next to it. I think that needs to be defined a little better so we know what we're working with. But I think that if anybody's got the time, it would be a good idea just to go down and see where everything is in relation to the next thing. That's it.
Thank you,
That's all I
Diane.
Stephen, we do have comments.
Mickey? Go
Yes.
ahead. I see your hand now. Thank you for raising it.
As usual, I have something to say, but that's all right.
Mickey, if you could identify your group and then speak.
Sure, I'm Mickey Rowland, representing the Historic Structures Advisory Board. So enclosing the existing deck area with a full 2-story addition creates a very tall vertical wall right on the street edge without any 1-story additive massing to mitigate the height. This would be much more successful if the second floor remained as is and the first floor deck area was enclosed with a glassed-in porch. This would provide the lower additive massing to soften the street side appearance. The glassed-in porch is a common additive feature and would support the concept of corner-to-corner glazing, preferably wrapping around the corner. The proposed fenestration presents an uninterrupted wall of glass with no historical precedent. The large 8-foot wide French doors above are also unprecedented and very unusual. The proposed roof walk is not appropriate on a commercial scale building. Their original intent was for residences. And the vertical board proposed for the southern additions is not appropriate. Those walls should remain shingled as they are now. Thank you.
To the front. Thank you, Mickey. Okay, we're back to our rotation. Diane spoke, Dell spoke,
Is it Connie?
Connie.
If Val wants to say more, I'll take it.
Oh, well, let's let Connie
I believe it's
speak.
Joe and Connie left.
Then Joe. And then Val can have another bite at the apple, and I'll put the caramel on it. Connie?
Caramel. I think this is a welcome alteration to the building that's there presently. I really don't have a lot to say, other than I think, I think this is a vast improvement. Thank you.
You can only go up from here.
Joe?
Only get better from here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I would say this is a success. I like the fact that this is bringing back the vernacular of the warehouses on the waterfront, like the ones that were torn down when the yacht club was built. I want to eat here versus what I see there now. That said, I have 2 comments, and I could be moved either direction. On the east elevation, I do think that that gabled piece, if that was shingled and the link, we'll call it, that's between the main mass and that secondary mass, had all the vertical boards, that would be fine. I go back and forth on that. And then my only other comment is the 6 windows that are across the facade here, they do, I feel like I want to see just a little bit of shingle area, like the return of the shingle on the second floor that's to the left of each of the double hungs, the left and the right. Like if that carried through down below, and if the rhythm of the fenestration on the ground floor kind of echoed the large opening that's happening up above it. I mean, I'm being very critical there. I think it's approvable as is, but I do think that there could be an improvement to the fenestration on the east elevation first floor. Those are my comments.
Joe, are you saying to pull in the corners of the first floor so they're as far away from the corner as the two on above it?
Well, if I were to describe it quickly, I would say if you had those 2 double hungs that are on the second floor, if you had those directly below it on the first floor, and then the center portion of it could be all glass, the same proportions as even the ones on the second floor.
Well, we can't really go any higher on the first floor. That's an existing first floor. So we're sort of working with the porch that's there.
Yeah, I mean, I really just think having them vertically aligned with one another would be helpful. The first floor, the divisions between the windows doesn't have much relationship to the second floor. And I think the second floor is successful because you've identified the center of the building and you've got those shutters. And I think if that center was picked up on the first floor, I think that would be helpful. I'm not suggesting you should have shutters on the first floor, but I think just the rhythm that you've established on the second floor feels strong, and the one on the first floor feels a little forced.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay. But you're not going to die if we don't do that.
No, if somebody made a motion to approve as submitted, I would vote in favor of it.
Great. Thanks, Joe. So where I am on this one is supportive. I think it's appropriate. I do have a couple.
Who's talking without a mic?
I don't know, but I will look into that immediately,
I
Diane.
wish you would.
Thank you. Thank you, that scoundrel, whoever it is.
Look into that.
So the idea for me, I'm going to kind of start on the comments Joe made. I think that gable would be better off shingled, the small gable.
On the left. That
Yeah.
thing?
The
Okay.
other thing that's just, it's just a technicality, but the doors to me on the addition to the left, there's a double door and a single door. Those types of doors, the crossbucks would not be visible unless they're open. On the shutters, they'd be visible. And I think that should be a, form should follow function and function should follow form. And I think it's like 5 Surfside, you drive by that and it's so visible and you see the crossbucks on white garage doors and it's just so off-putting.
So take the crossbucks off the
I
shutters?
just reverse them or however you do it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if they're open, if they are going to be hinged and they're going to be open, there's absolutely no reason not to have a crossbuck. That's, they're there for a structural function. More substantive, perhaps, along the lines of Joe's comments, but in the other direction, I don't think the adoption of the concept of filling in the porch has been taken as far as it could be, and this kind of straddles into a little tiny bit into Mickey and his group's comments. And what I mean by that is, I think you can do some adornments, superficial, that indicate that there were posts and so on and so forth. So it's a fill-in, and maybe even a little bit of a water table. And then it explains that the rhythm down below on the first floor is different than the second floor, but there's a rationale to it.
It looks like it was filled.
Right now, it's kind of one or either. So I'm not adverse to the comments Joe made, but I would be more inclined. I think historically, the concept of a porch fill-in is more traditional, and I think it tells a better story.
I think I
Um,
mentioned that to them before we got to this.
Okay, so those are my comments, for what they're worth. Who would like to do what?
Well, I think that's a good idea, frankly.
Yeah, if you don't mind me jumping in there, I think that Stephen described better than than I was trying to describe about the porch infill, and I trust that Joe Topham would be able to come back with a solution that would be amenable. I don't, at least personally speaking, I don't think that's something that could be crafted as an exhibit A. There's too much finessing, I think, that would have to happen. It would influence the light sizes and the glass and everything else. But thanks
Okay.
for letting me speak again.
Then
No, Joe, thanks. Hey, look, you're
let's
agreeing with me.
hold
I'm gonna
for
let you talk all
minor,
night long.
minor revisions.
Season. Okay,
just
so,
let me
Yeah.
sum
hold
up.
on, wait, back up.
I just want to
So,
sum up what you're saying.
okay, you can do that and I won't have to.
Okay, the porch windows, I got that because I think the posts, looking like they had posts is a great idea. The crossbucks on those shutters up there, figure out what to do with that.
Not the shutters.
Take the
door.
that piece on the left and make it shingled. And Steve, did you want me to do something with those doors that are on the
I think
connector?
I think the crossbucks shouldn't be a focal point which
Okay.
is what they are.
I'll take them off.
And then just one thing I want to articulate on that post concept.
Yep.
I'm not, and I don't believe the rhythm would be correct if the hierarchy was between every window, there's a post.
No, every two
So,
windows.
and if there is going to be something like that, then I think there needs to be a hierarchy where the posts on the left and rightmost portions of the structure and in the center are heavier so that it reads as a structure would read.
It'll
that-
be every two.
That's
Yeah.
neat, though.
However you want to do it, I trust you guys can come up with some.
Oh, there it is. I
Thank you
didn't
very
see.
much.
Sorry.
Mr.
Val?
Chairman,
Can
we-
I finish saying?
Yeah,
Oh,
let's get
thank-
back to your motion. You're good?
Let Joe solve
I have
that.
one other question.
I think smaller windows and more space and divided in three, maybe like the existing porch is gonna
Wait a minute,
solve.
you just said
Not
let Joe
smaller
solve
windows.
it.
Right, okay. So I'm holding for revisions.
Okay.
Okay,
Question for you, because we
one last question.
we were under the gun to get this approved so we can start doing things.
It's up to the
Can we,
commissioners.
can we come back next week?
You always have customers that need to do
Well,
that.
no, this is a commercial structure and we can't do it during the summer, so we wanted to get
Yeah,
sort of
I
going.
have no concern with that, other than you meet the established deadline.
Yep,
No.
which is Thursday.
Thursday.
Thursday? Yeah. No, he's here. He got back.
Okay, so Thursday,
Okay.
at what time?
Noon.
Okay, so you got to meet the deadline because it's not fair on staff.
Yep, perfect. Thank you
So
very
that's
much.
our motion, Val?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on your motion.
Aye.
My goodness. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And of course, I'm an aye. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now on to, let me see here. I'm gonna need a pair of bifocals.
There's
Can we
pair of
get a
glasses
large
over here.
print version for our senior
12A
citizens?
daffodil.
12A daffodil, number 3. Fence. Do we have a representative? All right, well, we'll bump, we can come back if they
Okay.
show up. I don't see a hand raised.
Do we have to make a motion for that or just skip over it?
Yeah,
Okay.
just skip it.
All right.
11 Burnt Swamp Lane. I see Chuck.
I thought this should have been a consenter.
Yeah, I think it was just over. Good evening. Good evening. Come right up to the mic so you can hear yourself, and then you'll know the people at home can hear you too.
Great. So this is Bird Swamp Lane. It's an existing structure that was built in 1988. It is about 160 feet from the corner of Burnt Swamp Lane, if you see on to the closest point on the building. And it has very, very limited, if any, visibility at all.
Mhm.
There's a lot of trees and a lot of plantings in there that you can tell there's a structure back there, but otherwise you really can't see details or anything else. So what we're proposing On the front of the structure is a 16 by 18 addition with a ridge height of 20 feet. We're modifying the decks on either side of that, and we're removing the chimney and looking to change all the fenestration on the building to 1/1 windows. So that's what the plans represent.
Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Questions?
Nope.
Anyone? So your board is going to be, let's see, myself. Abby, are you back?
I am sort of back.
Abby, Diane, Val, and we're back to Carrie. And I'm sorry, Val, you had a question?
No,
No?
I don't have any questions. I know where this is. You can't see this house.
Okay.
It's right on the bend.
Burt Swamp right off of Hummock Pond, and it's on the bend where there's like a little rock. You got to be
Like a
careful.
dead end.
Very narrow road,
Yeah.
Butter's Way. Actually.
It's heavily vegetated,
Yeah.
and it will probably be that way for another 500 years. Carrie?
I think you've done a good job. The 1/1s are unusual, but the location is fine for that.
Okay. Let's see, Diane?
Yeah, I know it well. I was his mailman for many years. I don't think you'll see it. It's on the right, and it's deep and sort of to the woods, and it's got a lot of vegetation around it, so I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. And Abby?
I'm afraid it's lost a lot of its charm with the paned windows and the, the simplicity of that main mass. Now it has a gable coming forward. You've lost that simpleness. So I'm sorry about that, but it sounds from what I'm hearing is that it's not visible. So,
Okay.
And may I?
Val?
Additionally, it's natural to weather and sand tone windows and sash, so that even mitigates its visibility even more. I would motion to approve if nobody was opposed.
Oh, you're moving us right along. You answered the question I had on Val's motion. Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm a no.
Abby's a no. I'm a yes. And so for the record, 4 in favor, 1 against, or no, rather, is Abby.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. All right. That brings us to 16 Williams and the return of our chair.
I thought these were consentable.
Let's see.
And I'm going to sit off the next 3.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Ben. Jump right in. 16 Williams.
Sure. So 16 Williams, this is the property that is between William Street and Cherry Street, so it butts on both sides. I was here a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, for the move renovation of 18 Williams, and I said I'd be back soon with more proposals for this area, and that's because we were requesting to move off or demolish this structure. It's a circa 1950s or 60s era cape that was heavily modified. It had a garage that got infilled. All the windows were replaced with 1/1s, Andersons. And so, sorry, I'm watching the screen go by. So we are looking to remove it from the property. There's also a shed there. That's a separate application. That shed was moved there in the 2010s or something like that. And I've also submitted, because I know you guys like to know what's coming, what we're proposing to do on this property. So the owner of this property is in talks with the hospital to create employee housing. So he's going to go into a long-term lease, hopefully with the hospital. We met with Chris Golwacki a month ago to discuss the programmatic housing they need. So we're also speaking with the town, with the school system in case the hospital doesn't need it when this is complete. But the intent of this area, these 3 lots, is housing for critically needed staff of the island, whether that's the hospital or the school.
But it doesn't
that
matter
is-
with from or not. I want to give him.
But that is the intent of this development, let's call it. I've also provided you with the proposed site plan of what the building, how the buildings will sit on these new lots when we come back. Of course, we'll come back for that in formal proposals, but that also includes streetscapes. So you guys can see the style of these houses that we're proposing. The intent is that the buildings, the existing cape, which is sort of an oddity on this historic area, is removed, and we're going to replace it with, I don't want to say replicas of historic buildings, but buildings that more replicate the historic nature of this neighborhood. So we have a Victorian style building and a kind of story and 3/4 lean-to type building that'll be on William Street. And then on Cherry Street, we're proposing very small single bedroom. These are ideally doctor housing, but these very small buildings on Cherry Street to replicate the very small historic buildings on Cherry Street. So I know I'm just here to talk about this move off or demo, but the broader scope is also probably hopefully helpful for you guys to understand.
Okay, Ben, thanks. How about we hear from Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1950s. It is a contributing structure, although it's a cape. It would be a shame for this to be a demolition, especially if you really think about that's being removed for housing when we have such a need for housing. So I just had to bring that up. I'm appreciative of it, that there is going to be a very sensitive plan in place on this. I did notice in the application, thanks for applying the proposal layout, Ben. I think that's great. For this structure itself, obviously it's going to have to be advertised. So having that the property card information along with, I didn't see anything as far as elevations go, just photographs. So I think that would be imperative. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a move off would be more beneficial, if at all possible. So
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Holly, thank you. Mickey?
We have no concerns with either of these next 2 applications.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. How about Carrie, you can sit on the next 2, these 2.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Board members, it's your turn.
Okay, I'll go.
All right.
I think I have somebody who's interested right across the street. They were gonna call you.
Yep, he did. I didn't want to mention it, but he
Yeah.
did reach out. We need to know that it's feasibly possible.
Right.
And he wants to remove a building that you may not want.
Right.
So there is somebody who's interested. I just don't want to say it's going to happen.
Okay, well, I'm working on that with them.
Good.
so
Well, I
that-
love
yeah.
that. That would be great.
So I'm in favor of a move, or at least part of it moving. That would be great. And I appreciate the overall concept. My only concern is there's not enough parking, but that's not in our purview. It's never in our purview, so.
Well, and that's come up, but ideally, because it's hospital, it's pedestrian. They will.
Yeah.
Why isn't there enough parking if it's 1 per building? Or are these gonna
Yeah,
be
1 per building makes a lot of
Well, is
sense.
this, but for a dwelling?
If there's 5 bedrooms.
Well, that's the question. It's like, we don't know that yet, because with a single family dwelling in this area, one.
I know that. I'm
Well,
just
that's
saying
the
the
rule,
metrics
but
do not work.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
we've talked-
talking about.
We are talking about that, but yes. I
Okay.
mean, there won't, we are providing the required zoning parking, but we're not at that.
I know that.
But to stay on point, let's see. So Val, thank you. Diane?
I can go too.
Oh, I was going to overlook you. Go ahead, Ab.
Okay, so I'm fine with the demo move off and the whole concept of putting in a, like kind little cottages in this place. Thank
Okay.
you.
Abby, thank you. Diane? You
Well, she's
muted her.
muted.
Yeah.
Because she was
Yeah. No?
I was sitting off the 2 William Street once.
Oh, you were sitting off of them.
Yes.
Okay, thanks,
Okay.
Diane, I didn't hear that. Connie. Okay, Joe.
I have no,
What?
I have no concerns.
No concerns. Okay, I think we can move this then.
I would make a motion, if I may be so bold, as to approve both of these, the shed and the house. The shed is
Sure,
nothing.
make that motion. Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, Val has made a motion to approve both of these demo move-off applications. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So there, let's see, that was it for you, right, Ben?
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Next up, we have three-step lane gutters. Anybody? It says Union Studio.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody here, surprisingly, for
No.
Union Studio.
Wait, okay, so Union we're passing over, right? I mean, three-step lane?
Yeah, I don't see anybody.
Okay, and Mirka is holding 1 North Swift Rock. She's out there on Old Deer Valley right now. Which brings us to 39 Monomoy.
Mr. Chair, this is Andrew Koch, and she's also holding that to trail past.
That's not what she texted me. She told me that she was gonna have you represent it.
I will represent it if we get there, but I'd rather start with the primary dwelling first. We got a ways to go before we get to the pool.
Yeah, all right, that's fine.
Holly, would it be okay if I shared my screen to kind of tee this up and go through?
Hey, let me establish the board, okay?
Okay.
Abby, Val, me, Connie, and Carrie. Oh, it's all the people sitting at the table. Okay, we ready?
Sure.
All right.
Can I share? Yes. Okay. Okay. Can everybody see my screen now, or you're looking at your iPads?
I'm looking at my iPad.
Okay, I'm just going to kind of walk you through. I first want to preface it by saying that the board heard an application on this project almost exactly 1 year ago, presented by Emeritus, and approved a series of modifications to the structure, very similar to what what I'm proposing this evening. I have not submitted an application for a partial demo of the main house at 39 Monomoy Road because I'm going to use the one that you approved last year because it's essentially the same. It is the identical demo that we're proposing, partial demo, to remove all of the additive massing warts that were not original to the structure from 1920. So I'll just preface it with that. I've included, Holly, I've included all the historic information. So I hope that we've satisfied that requirement. I'm going to jump to a site plan here, just maybe if everybody wants to turn around and look at the screen. The difference between this application and what was previously approved is this is the existing lot that came with the house when my client purchased it. We have since purchased this entire piece of land here adjacent to it and merged the two lots together to gain a bit more width on the entire site, to give us a little bit more flexibility and give us some added ground cover. The previous approval that the board had in front of you was relocating this structure ever so slightly to the right. You'll see when I get to our proposed site plan, we're actually proposing to move the structure 9 feet back off the street because it's very tight right now, and that's not really part of the original condition. This road was not necessarily here in 1920. And we are also moving the structure over about 25 feet to the right on the site. So I just wanted to give you this context that you could see the added land that we've attached to the property there. All the aerial photos are here. Everybody's probably aware previously this structure had been previously removed. Our intent is to preserve all of the main components of the original house. We have, as part of our application, a window survey done. So I'm going to kind of breeze through a lot of that historic stuff, Holly, unless you want to stop me and add anything on the historic structure itself.
Yep. She's going to get to that.
You want me to present my additions first or no?
No, tell us what you're doing to the house.
Okay, so I'll go to the site plan. Here's all the added information, the as-built plans, window survey. I'm going to zoom in here. You all probably have this in your PDF. The dashed in blue line is the existing structure that's there right now. What we're proposing is to knock off this sort of rear wart that exists, previously approved, and this sort of rear mass as well. The existing house is this part of the project, which we are preserving, keeping intact, and we are adding on a singular mass onto the rear, like I said, which is virtually very similar in massing, different in fenestration to what was previously approved. I'm happy to pull that previous approval up if it's something that everybody wants to see. On the street-facing elevation, the south elevation, you can see this is what is currently there right now. And this is what you'll see from the portion that we're adding on, and everything else is to remain the same. We are proposing to remove these little handrails that are on the entry porch. We didn't think they are really necessary or original to the house. As we come around to the east elevation, which I do believe will have limited visibility based on the garage structure that we're proposing, the front portion of the house is staying intact. There's a gasket that exists there now, as I refer to it, and we're proposing a new gasket slightly larger. You can see dashed in here the existing height of the house. We've sort of kept our new addition to that same height. 1.5 story massing, dormers going across with the sort of larger fenestration to the rear of the property. And then a shed roof coming across here, which is the mudroom and pantry entrance coming across. The chimneys will be brick. The house will be white clapboard, green shutters matching, again, everything that's there will be consistent throughout. As we come around to the rear of the home, this is where a lot of this added pieces that you previously approved to remove, we're removing again. And we're maintaining everything really on this side of the house, maintaining the massing of the original roof piece, but we are shifting a few of these windows around on the second floor, and then we're refenestrating the ground floor here with some windows and doors across. And then our rear gable here, again, ridge height is identical to that with a large brick chimney coming down and large fenestration, which I don't believe will have significant visibility at all. If we're coming around to the west elevation, you can see all of this is staying intact as the original house. I am proposing to remove the half round window. I don't really think it goes with the house. I'm sure there may be some pushback to that. But then all of this is staying exactly the same. And this is the resulting sort of added mass stretching across the rear here, coming down. It's sort of working down into the slope of the site, as you may be aware, it sort of falls off out into the wetland area. But this will, again, I believe, have very little visibility in the end. But the ridge height is the same as what was there. Just for context, I just want to show you what was previously approved, just so you have it in the back of your mind. This is what was previously approved, is that piece stretching out. So it was actually longer. It was taller at the ridge than what we're proposing, and also had extensive glazing on it. And so onto the rear, it was sort of a larger, wider component covering more of the existing house, which we're trying to show a little bit more of, and then stretching down the south side, it was, I think equally is in size, in mass, added on to the home. So I think I covered everything. I want to just go back to maybe the site plan and just reiterate the sort of sliding of the house so that it's is clear. Our goal is just to pull it back off the street 9 more feet, create a little more separation. For those of you that are familiar with this house, it is really right on the road, and we are sliding it down this way about 25 feet from here to here, since we have just more overall width on the whole site to use, which I don't think will detract at all from the historic significance of the placement of the home within the context, but merely give us a little more breathing room on the site as a whole. That is it, Mr. Chair, for this application.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure you have something to say, Holly.
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you very much. So for the record, this is Kindertuck. There's an HDC survey on file, indicates it's circa 1920 colonial revival. It's also known as Turn of the Road. It was built by Ethel and Lewis Black in 1924, as documented in the book A Nantucket Enclave, Monomoy Heights, which was a subdivision of Monomoy from 1852 to 2005. From this book was written by C.S. Lovelace, who was a somebody who lived in Monomoy and researched everything there. So for the record, first off, I do believe that this application should be a revision to the previous approval. I understand there's a new concept. I understand there's a new agent on board. However, it's really hard to kind of figure out what was previously approved and the difference between with the approval. So I do think that needs to be indicated, whether the previous approval is included in the application, but the COA should reflect that. This should be, and it should also be treated as, this is a historic structure, should be treated as a historic reno. I do appreciate that there's an extensive window survey, the intention of retaining the historic windows along the facade. Thank you for that. The proposed removal of the salt box portion of the structure, I opined on this before, but it eliminates a character defining feature that's been slightly projected from behind the dwelling, as seen off of Monomoy Road for many years. The addition on the rear was actually designed by Robert Minot in the 1960s. It was for the Williams family. He was a photographer. So that addition itself is contributing. The site plan nor the application doesn't clearly identify the size of the proposed addition and the square footage that should be indicated, and it should be very clear on the site plan. And I also do think that there should be photographs from the visibility, especially for the unique proposal for windows and fenestrations on the back. I do, again, I mentioned this before, but additions should follow Secretary of Interior standards, and I don't think this necessarily does. The addition of the new chimney alters the historic facade. It's not appropriate in size, design, or location, but I do appreciate the retention of the historic chimneys, and I hope they're actually going to be existing used chimneys, not as faux. I do think the cardinal points are off, specifically the west as the north, but need that clarified because I too was reviewing the previously approved plans versus the proposal, and I did see some cardinal points differences. Appreciate the retention of the historic windows, I mentioned that before, and the photos of the existing windows. I understand last year's review was from another architect, but I do think it would be fair to respectfully request a revision to include those plans, because I will mention that there was a lot of time, energy, and effort that went into that review by this board. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, do you have anything to say on this one?
No, we didn't review this one, but I like what Holly said. I agree with just about everything she said. If it comes back, we may take a look at it the next time it comes around. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the board, once again, is everyone sitting at the table?
I am back also.
Okay, well then I'm gonna revise.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question before we start?
What?
Can I ask one question before we start the discussion?
What's that?
If Holly said that she wants to reconsider the removal of the salt box mask, but that was previously approved, is that something that is up for discussion? Because there's already an approval issued on the partial demo.
Well, okay, so Holly is advising this board.
Okay.
As our historian, as our historian. And so she is going to make the same comments because you are essentially requesting the same thing. You know, your application differs in quite a few ways from the one that was previously approved. So it could be revisions to previously approved, but it is it's a different application than what was approved, and Holly is simply bringing out that fact. Okay, does that answer the question, Andrew? Now,
think so.
I do need to get back to establishing the board because Diane is in. So, Connie, you're off. Okay, so Carrie's on. Got that, Andrew?
Got it, team. Thanks.
All right, let's go.
I'll try.
Okay, that's Val.
I was trying desperately today to find that old approval, but to no avail. I appreciate keeping the front facade as is. I do think the introduction of that middle chimney, and I can't blow it up because when I do, then the whole thing goes away, is out of character to me for this house. Looking at the east, it's very fenestrated, and the church windows I would be opposed to. I think they're just way overscaled. And when you look at this facade in particular, you see the little existing structure that's there, and then it just seems
Do
like
you
it's
mean the east? Is that
the
the one?
east, yeah.
Okay.
Just I feel like the scale of the addition is overpowering the existing house, so I think that should be looked at. Maybe have some more additive massing than one long ridge line there. And the north, same with the big windows, and the same with the west. So I just think fundamentally it needs to be finessed a little bit to look more like an addition rather than a new house added on to a little piece of an existing house.
Okay,
And without
Val.
the benefit of seeing what we approved before, which I believe had some gables and it seemed more additive. Yeah.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I'm on the same page.
That's
as Val.
Carrie.
Oops, I'm on the same page as Val, in terms of a bunch of things. The original iconic house is being sort of negated by the massing of the addition and the fenestration. I think your fenestration should reflect the existing house rather than take on a whole new scale. I agree with the chimney. I do think you need to be sensitive of looking back at what we did approve and know that we got there through a process of breaking it down to get additive massing, to get a more sensitive structure to the existing building. At first, when you said move the building, I was like, oh no, it's such an iconic building and such an iconic, not iconic, but just in such a prominent place that sort of freaks me out. But I think knowing that it's only 25 feet and you will still perceive it essentially in the same location is okay. But ideally you wouldn't move it. That's it for now. Thanks.
Carrie, thank you. Let's see. Abby, Diane.
I can take a stab at it.
All right.
Yeah, a couple of things. Definitely those GHI windows are, as to Carrie's point, if you're gonna renovate this, let's keep the original style in mind. I think moving it 25 feet back is taking away from this particular.
It's only 9 feet back. It's not back 25 feet. It's 9.
25
Sorry.
over.
Sideways.
Which will be imperceivable as you drive down the road.
You know what I mean?
And how far
Well, you'll
back?
see it.
I
You'll
thought he
notice it,
said
but-
back from the road,
No.
Nine-
okay.
Away from the road.
Hey,
away from the road.
Sorry.
9 feet,
yeah.
25
So,
feet right when you're looking at
just
it.
to be clear, they purchased the land to the right of the house, which allows them to scoot the house to the right by 25 feet. To the right, meaning,
To the right.
over toward Shimo.
Yeah. No,
They're
it just,
also moving the house back further away from the road.
yeah, that's what I'm opposed to.
Okay.
So because it's sighting on whatever that road is, Monomoy Road.
Monomoy.
I mean, it's been that way since whenever, 1930, what's the date of that? 1924. So, I mean, I think, like,
100 years.
I think it's important that it has its sighting now. So those are the few things that are sort of bothering me. Moving it back, the GHI windows that aren't going with the style of this architecture. And I think that the massive chimney is sort of out of scale. I think just take the dimensions of the original chimney. If you want a large chimney, there are two there, you can copy and make those. So it just is more sensitive to the old building. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, thank you. That leaves you, Diane.
Well, moving it to me is not what I would be glad to see. As you come up Monomoy and make the big turn to the left, your whole view coming up Monomoy is of that house as you drive along, and it's a lovely house. And to move it back, you would move the driveway back and you would miss the view of the house as somebody coming down the road. I do not like those big tall windows, whenever Abby called them GS windows. I don't think they're appropriate. I like chimneys. I love chimneys, but I think the one that they have put in is too big. But again, whether it's necessary to look well is one thing. I think that would be important rather than putting it for no reason. I think it's very interesting piece of land that, particularly with the addition, which they bought on the right there. It's a prime local, lovely building, and I would like to see it stay where it is and as original as possible. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. That leaves me. Andrew, I'm pretty much in alignment with, I have no concerns about the relocation of the building. I differ from some of the other board members on that. The cathedral windows are a real, departure. So those I find troubling, and the size of the rear L. Yeah, like a lot of people on the board, we'd like to see kind of what we approved before. Yeah, the east elevation, the fenestration on the east elevation. And the chimney on the back. That's it for me. What do you say, folks?
I would
So
make the most
likes the
bold
chimney.
revisions.
So everybody likes the chimney. Okay, that's strong. Okay.
What did you just say, Andrew?
I said, so the chimney's got a chance. That feels good. Yeah.
No, I didn't say that I liked
I'm
it.
kidding.
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay.
If I could just,
Well,
Mr.
no,
Chair,
I will say this about that chimney. It's the furthest thing away from the road, like literally the furthest thing away. So, you know,
could I ask?
hang on one second, Andrew. Yes, Abby.
I just wanted to ask, in thinking of the whole site, the garage to the right that has sort of a broke back, is that, if you were to move it 25 feet, does that all move together or? That would be gone. Okay, so that's another reason I have an objection to the moving it off the site because.
Could I just add one thing? Perhaps it makes sense to put some stakes out to see them moving, because I really, we've really thought about this intently, and I would like to add a couple things. When the house was put in its current location, the road did not run right in front of it like it currently does. It's somewhat of an unsafe condition. It's non-conforming. It's way over the setback lines, and it's not something that would be done. And I think based on the existing condition of the current road, moving it back 9 feet and sliding it 25 feet will be you wouldn't know the difference in the context driving down Monomoy Road. I agree with everybody's sentiment, how prominent and important this house is visually. And I just don't think that you would notice the sliding around of it at all. And it creates a much safer condition for everybody, because currently right now it is literally right on the road. And there is no driveway. There's actually people are parking in the way to the house.
You can put the driveway on your new piece of land there.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
So anyway.
All right. Well, I think right now we're moving for
Yeah.
some revisions.
Yeah,
Is
I'll make
correct?
that motion
Okay.
to hold for revisions.
All right. So Abby has made that motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Mr. Chair.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so we have the garage, pool cabana, shed. What do you think, folks? Should we review those?
To track.
Well,
I think I would prefer to actually hold them and come back with renderings to show the whole place together with revisions. And
Yeah, I'm giving you a gold star for that one.
Yeah, no, I understand the way that the board works, and I appreciate it. So I will. Could I suggest though that we put stakes in the ground for the next hearing?
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
board-
Andrew, I know that you were making that point earlier, and I think for those people on the board who are concerned, for all of us really, about where this is actually going, that would be a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, so we've already taken the vote, and I don't feel like taking it again, but let's just all agree that you'll put up stakes to show where the building is actually moving. Is that all right?
Yeah. Fair.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you
All
all.
right. Thank you,
night.
Andrew.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just note for the record, I'm here in the room on that, so I'll sit as an alternate.
Oh.
Just be listed.
Yeah, no, I think that's wise, because,
Could be a while.
could be.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. So we're holding all of the other applications relating to 39 Monomoy, which now brings us to 1 McKinley roof.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do not, and I know Mr. Lydon is not here for this.
Yeah.
But this was one that I
May need
know
to sign.
Val reviewed for possible consent.
Yeah.
And there was questions about the other structures upon the lot.
Yes.
And we did have that answered with photographs. So I didn't know if you wanted to open it up at all, even though he's not
Well,
here.
Holly, I'm going to sort of rely on you and Val for this one. So the conclusion was that they were all going to change?
well, the other two, yeah, the colors are not, what he's proposing for this one structure does not match what the other two are.
Right.
So that was my question. We were gonna have him answer that.
Yes,
And
so-
it sounds like he did answer it, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So he provided photographs of the garage in the main house. All same black color, he says. Some areas more faded than others. The plan is to replace all as needed with architecturals. They're a good sized roof, so doing as needed. Hope this helps. So I will notate for the record that this is a contributing structure, 1916. 2 by C, it's in the old historic district of Sconset. And the other structures are planned to go to black. This moire black architectural is approvable within the old historic districts on your approval list. So I don't have any concerns on this.
Okay. Mickey, do you share that opinion?
We did not review this.
Do you personally share that opinion?
Sure. I wasn't even listening, but yeah, that sounds fine.
Oh, you weren't listening. Mickey, when you look at your agenda and you see the colored items, green and blue, you're supposed to be paying attention during
Well,
those.
we don't normally do blue ones.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Fair
on
enough.
that, I did receive an email from Rob Benchley, who does give comments for Sconset, and he said that they had no concerns for the application at 1 McKinley.
Okay. So we can do the regular board on this. Steven's back. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Good?
I'm good.
Yep, knowing that information, it would
Okay.
have stayed consent, yeah.
All right,
Motion
then.
to approve is submitted.
There it is. Stevens made a motion to approve Mr. Leiden's shingles as submitted. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you. Now we have Mr. Lenhart back for 10 Easy Street sidewalk.
Oh,
Yes.
hello.
Hi. Lenhart is now Newman.
Oh,
Wow.
well, I'm
Like
sorry.
a magic trick.
Presto.
I was just thinking of Robbie, and there he is.
Yeah.
Wow. I should get a full-time job doing that stuff.
Okay. Robbie, you want to tell us?
Sure. This is just a, excuse me. This is just a redo of an expired approval from, looks like 2020 that Dan Malloy brought in. There's just a slight modification to the parking material itself. They'd like to change it to brick so it matches John Race building next door. And the Dreamland is also, I believe, the same brick. And they have removed, I would assume it's an oil tank on the northwesterly side of the building, and they want to put in a brick sidewalk along that face of the building. So the original material was that porous concrete material that has the core taken out so that everything can sort of grow or flow through it.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on the lot is a circa 1933 contributing structure. This is basically a revision to the previous approval that was done in 2020. Wow, I remember that during COVID.
You do.
You all approved with grass pavers, which was more appropriate in my opinion, but not only more appropriate, but resilient and consistent with your resilient Nantucket design guidelines. Understanding there's obviously precedent with brick within the old historic district, but more importantly, this proximity and this location that always seems to flood would be more consistent with our design guidelines. And my understanding, in addition to the material change, there's also a brick sidewalk that's going to be proposed in the back. If the only change was to add the sidewalk, okay, that's fine, but I think it should match the existing irregular stone pavers that are at the front of this structure. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey?
Yeah, it wasn't clear to us that this was a pre-existing approval. So we were focused on the 2-car wide issue, so it sounds like that's a done deal. I have a question. How are the grass pavers holding up with the parking on top of it? Are they showing a lot of the concrete, or does it look like a lawn?
The only one I'm most familiar with, Mickey, are on, I think it's Silver Street. And I don't know how often those people park on that. It's probably seasonal use. But those appear to me like the grass does pretty well in there. It's on the corner of Silver and Orange Street, I think.
I'm familiar with that. So I thought somebody said that this already had grass pavers on it here.
No, it was approved for grass pavers back in 2020.
But they were never installed.
Never installed, no.
Okay. Well, I like the concept of having the grass and the green space there. And it will be a lot of brick right on Easy Street. If there is some way to mitigate the amount of brick with grass strips or just something rather than solid brick paving, that would make sense. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Okay, regular board.
So,
Yes.
I think given what's already on Easy Street, that's all brick, I would be okay with this. It's just following what's already there on other properties being brick.
Okay.
And I mean, water can flow through brick too, right?
It's porous.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for a lot of chimneys in town. Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
I remember having this problem that it's going to be very bricked up down there, and that's why we wanted the green. And I'm trying to figure out a way. Now, so there are 2 cars parking there. You can't even put a bush to sort of green it up at all to soften all of that brick. But so I'm okay with the brick, but I'd like, it's maybe somebody else has a solution to sort of soften this. Thank you.
Okay, so we got Stephen, Diane.
Diane?
Well, I'll go if you want.
Sure.
I have the parking area in the front of the house I have a problem with. I guess if we try the grass end of the parking, it will help. I just think the house sort of sticks out because it's the only one that I am aware of, having driven down there for many times, but perhaps forgotten, that has that wide parking area. And I don't know, I don't know how to cure it, how we might look at it in a better aspect. But I wish there was a way, because I think it is sort of like totally different than what other houses along there offer to be seen. So that's what I got to say about that.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Robbie, I presume this is going to be, these spaces are going to be used pretty regularly, so putting in little grass strip islands in between the tires is not, or yes?
This is your call.
All right,
You know,
I
you
just,
can
I
go
don't
with-
want to suggest it if they're just going to turn into little dirt piles.
Can I make a point of information? So Val just showed me a picture of Killen Real Estate, and there is like a mud pit there where there are 2 cars parked. So the answer, Mickey, to the concrete grass paver thing is they look terrible. Val will share that photograph. Is it? Yeah, so that's the grass kind of like halfway growing underneath the truck. So I can understand why they would prefer to have a, more.
So what I'd be looking for is like some type of a trade-off. Give us some green next to the parking area. Maybe something viney and soft growing on the fence, or a salt spray wind-loving little specimen tree, something to soften that area up.
Good.
That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Stephen. And I'm last, but I thought Mickey's idea of breaking up the expanse of brick with something else, you know,
Cobble or?
cobble, you know, just something, you see it all over the place. And
Okay.
and we do it on Union Street and where we have these expanses of parking, and it's a really effective way of breaking it up. I think Abby has it at her house on
You know,
Lily Street.
I don't know if that stoop is a
Don't you?
granite stoop or stone, but maybe we could pick up on that material and use that either underneath where the cars are or runners where the tires go.
Right.
And a field of brick.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay.
So how do you guys want to?
I'd probably, given its location, we'd want to just hold for minor revisions.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
look for some minor revisions. Is that,
Okay.
that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, Stephen's motion is for minor revisions. On that motion, Abby,
I'm an I.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Robbie. Sorry I called you Chuck.
Would you mind to-
Probably not the first time you heard it.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's a great idea. Hey, folks, those of you sitting in the audience, I'm just curious what applications you're here for. We don't want to have you waiting for something that we're bound not to get to. Well, no, we know why you're here. Our- 11 new business?
319. Yeah, we're not gonna get to that one, I don't think. Page
Oh,
4.
gosh. Oh, boy. No. 11 Almanac Pond? I'm sorry, 14. No, sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's a long agenda, so I'm really glad that Stephen asked. You folks. Hey, how you doing? That we'll get to.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, that's kind of you, Linda, great. You. 12A, what's the number?
Oh, we went past it. It's a fence.
Oh, then you're next. Come on up. Yeah, okay, so this is the way it's gonna go, because we passed by you, so we'll hear you. We'll hear you guys next, and then Linda, and you guys are probably gonna be up next week.
Good night.
Sorry. Okay, so we are going back.
Bender.
11 new business 35, number 3.
Got it. Okay. 12A Daffodil.
Let's set off this one. Alternate wants to hop in.
35, right? New business. Okay. Are we our regular board on this one, folks?
I think Abby's sitting on.
I could sit off if,
Oh, okay, if you sit off, I'm gonna pull Joe in. Joe, you still there?
I love that.
What?
I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, 12A Daffodil, it's a fence. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but you want to just give us a quick review of what you're proposing?
I can put my friend in the phone. He know everything, but it's my first time.
Well, no, it's okay. So here, let me just get to the kind of the core of this issue. The way I understand this application, and I did look at it, is you want this 6-foot-high stockade fence to run right up to the property line on the front at 6 feet high.
Yeah.
So that's generally not our policy. In fact, that's like almost never what we do, because we want to have the tall fence stop and go low after you get past the house. Okay? The other thing that I noticed in particular was this is a stockade fence, like literally, you know, that looks like sharpened pencils all stacked up. So what we tend to do here is a board fence where you don't have the little points on the ends. Okay, now, that's kind of where this conversation is going to be going, but let's hear from the board members, okay? All right, so who would like to opine on this one?
Well, I'll go.
Yeah.
I don't think it's difficult. I think just a plain board fence and to perhaps the edge of where the parking begins, you know, past the front porch, and then making it what, 4 feet? 5 feet?
4, probably.
4?
I'd be in favor of that.
The front edge of the parking, i.e. the edge of the parking that's closest to Daffodil, right there.
Oh, no, I was thinking right
Oh, there, okay.
Just past where the porch is.
All right, okay.
It's only the side.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Just so yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what Val was suggesting. Stephen?
Yeah, I'll go. So I want to clarify with Val. Val, you're not concerned that it's got a pointy top. You're concerned that the pointy top is seen, which is another way of saying if it's covered with a rail and a cap, that fence is fine as long as you don't see the pointy top.
She wants it to end.
And you want the 4 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know those aren't typical, but it's between properties and I think natural to weather and it will.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that would be the solution to address the tops of the fence.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Did you catch that? So basically, this fence might be a little cheaper to pick up, but the pencil top isn't typical. So to hide that, you can either turn the fence upside down, or you can put a cap on it with 2 pieces of cedar and a top.
Yeah.
And it'd be, can we go back to the site plan?
Yeah, show them exactly where it stops at 6 feet.
It'll be 6 feet from here to here. The porch extension, and then 4 feet from the porch to the road.
4 feet high.
4 feet.
tall.
Going to the road.
Okay.
From the parking.
Right at that. Do it.
All right.
And if,
Okay.
I would just say that if you use a pre-made fence and the rail is gonna make it 4'3" in order to get the bottom rail
yeah,
to work,
yeah.
then I wouldn't be adverse to that,
No.
just to be clear.
Right. Joe?
I'm in agreement with what's been said.
Well, it's serendipitous that you're sitting on this because if you could produce an Exhibit A that describes sort of what, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there are 2 options that they could do the cap or just flip this fence over so that the pencil ends are in the ground.
We
and
just
you have
want a
flat
square top.
Okay.
Simple square top.
And key, the infrastructure on their side, not the neighbor's side.
Okay, so this is actually not the board. This is actually a town ordinance. The support side of the fence faces your property.
Yeah.
The good side faces your neighbor's property.
Yeah.
That's a rule in the town.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? All right. So if Joe's producing an Exhibit A, I would entertain a motion that sort of encapsulates that.
I would motion to accept Joe's Exhibit A.
All right. I think we all.
Explain to him what that is.
He's got it.
Okay.
You know what that is?
So Joe, he's sitting on your board right now. He's actually editing your drawings and he's going to present that to these guys at the staff so that they know what we approved and you know what we approved. Okay, so you just need to go get a copy from those guys and you'll, okay? Good? All right.
Oranges and chocolates.
Yeah, that always smooths it. That was Stephen's motion as per Exhibit A by Joe. Let's see, on that motion, Abby.
Well, I'm an aye, but.
Oh, you were off of it, right? Okay, so no, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now,
No,
well,
she
not,
said we could.
not quite yet. This is, we're going to West
Oh, all
Dover.
those are Linda?
All the rest are Linda. Yes, yes.
I was like,
That's
what?
right. Roll out your sleeping bags, folks. God.
I just think it boils down to what my little Zoom handle is. Be succinct.
Yeah, oh, I love that. Yeah. Okay, so Abby, are you back?
Yeah, I never really went.
Well, no, I know sometimes you just like to sit off.
Yeah, I know. I was just taking a breather.
Okay, so Val's here, okay?
Yeah.
Let's see. Connie. Want to sit on this?
She said
All right.
Riley.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, hi.
Hello.
Please state your name for the record.
This is Val Oliver, agent for the Schneider family. Come over and stick your lips on the.
Normally, I don't need a microphone. But I'd like to start by saying thank you to Ms. Williams for allowing us the time. There's a lot going on here. We're trying to take this building down, and it's simply to avoid another one of my children having to move off island. About 6 years ago, my son made a crushing decision to take my first of my 2 6 grandchildren and move. He's now in South Carolina. After a year of being there, he bought a home, very happy, and unfortunately, they won't be returning. I probably don't have to tell you all that there's a crisis on Nantucket right now, and Nantucket natives are leaving because they can't afford to stay. My son, 6 years ago, couldn't afford $680,000 for a house that was going to have to be torn down. He decided to leave, so he bought a place in South Carolina very affordably, and he's very comfortable there. I am desperate not to have my daughter move and leave with my other 4 grandkids. She's a Nantucket high school graduate, just like my son was. She's an exemplary mother. 4 beautiful children and a husband who's been a hard worker for all his life. This is a family we desperately need to keep on Nantucket, and this is our way of doing it. I got a point blank. It's a dilapidated building we've been staring at, not wanting to invest a lot of funds in because it's a gigantic shed. And through the photographs, you can see all my crap stuff, excuse me, is stuffed into it. You know, we haven't had a lot of funds to put into maintenance because we've been trying to maintain our own home, which is right next to this building. And we're asking the board to allow us to tear it down because step B on this process is to build a new home for my daughter and her family on this property. We're blessed with the ability and the square footage and the time and the ability, because of what I do for a living, to do so. But quite simply, this building is in the way. And I'm fairly well connected with a lot of contractors, and they're telling me that don't spend the money on it, get rid of it, because you're never going to have a building that's really habitable, especially for a family of 6. The roof is falling in on itself already. The pillar foundations that are made of brick are collapsing. Its back is broken. Its roof is falling in. The windows are falling in. The glazing is falling out. Powder post beetles, roof leaks. I mean, it's hurting. And, you know, $500,000 later, we're going to have a building that's not really going to be able to function as a family of 6 dwelling. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that if you allow us to tear it down, you're going to allow 6 people who otherwise would have to move off island to stay because they just can't afford $1.2 million for a house. We can make it happen instead of this structure for a lot less money, and honestly, I get to see my grandkids every day.
I think they're rolling in now.
Here they come.
Bring it full court press.
Perfect timing. Yeah, there we
The
go.
elders are Rachel and David, Juniper, Bren, Fable, and Harbor in the chair. Yeah, it's a little theatrical, but it bears the point that,
Yeah.
this is important.
Okay,
And I appreciate your time, and I hope for you to allow us to get rid of this building.
okay, great. Thank
Thank
you. You don't have anything to add, do you, Val?
I really don't.
I just want to, can I
You're welcome
interrupt for one
to.
second?
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
just think it's adorable. They're so little that you can't see them over the trees.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You good, Val?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, as a Nantucket native who actually moved to South Carolina for 10 years, I respectfully understand 100%. And I think your daughter was actually in my sister's class. So Nantucket native, I 100% get it. And I wouldn't be back here if it wasn't for family doing what you're trying to do. So I get it. From a historic perspective, what we see on file is that this structure is from the 1940s. Thank you, Val, for looking at the Sanborn, putting that in here. The structure is probably from the 40s. I would agree with that, based on the Sanborn maps. More than a shed, it's a workshop of some sort. And basically my only request would be that before it's removed, that it's documented more than what you've provided. That way we can actually, you can look at the structure. It's very symmetrical. I think it was more than just a workshop back in the 40s. The details, the front door, just the flanking windows, all of that. I think that's something to emulate this neighborhood. You know, we're working on updating our cultural resource surveys. We're not quite in this area, which we've included as part of the West Monomoy or Newtown area. So that will be something we'll be working on. But we want to document this so down the road we know what was here. And so that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you.
Do you mean, Holly, by that drawing it?
Some sort of documenting it, whether it's more photographs of the
Okay.
elevations, the fenestration, that would be great.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Mickey?
Yes, so, the age of the building sort of suggests that it try to be preserved, but I get the impression that the condition of the framing is really not there. So we don't need to go into that. Our only suggestion or comment would be that if, for the new construction, the new design, that to try to keep in mind the existing building scale and the form, and try to use that as somewhat of a format for new construction. That's it.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, I think it's time for the board,
Put 'em
and
inside.
it was you, Carrie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Why don't you go, Carrie?
Okay.
I am okay with this. It's a little sad because this is such a cool building. And I wonder if maybe in the future design, you can include those doors and keep a sort of simple profile as this is, and not try to be a full 2-story building that's in your face.
If I may, we and my daughter, and everybody in the family is totally on board with making a new structure emulate what's there.
Yeah, that's
But we just
great.
can't work with what's there.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look
And
like
we
you
have no
can.
issues with the door, the window style, we get it.
It might be cool to be able to refurbish the doors if they're usable. If they're not,
Well, we can make new
Maybe
ones
just-
if I
yeah,
have to, but
maybe-
those are rotted, the bottom
maybe
half. If you
something
open the
to
door, it's gonna
emulate.
fall apart.
yeah,
But I totally understand, and we are on board with trying to make the new dwelling, emulate what was there in the
it's a
past.
nice rhythm. It's a very
Yes,
simple front
no worries.
facade. Nice. That's
Okay.
it.
Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Stephen?
I agree with what's been said, and I think I'm just going to change subject completely. I think we as a commission would be better serving the community, like to really take a look at the structure, not on site, but just the imagery. And
Yeah.
it's not a traditional historic Nantucket home, but it is so part of the fabric of this community in terms of its presentation. And this is, a non-traditional, atypical design that really works. And I just want to use this opportunity while it's up in front of us to say, hey, lock in on that visual because it's tremendous. And then that keys back off to what you all were saying and the fact you're willing to emulate it and pull in some of the architectural elements design-wise. For me, it doesn't have to be exactly the same. Something simplistic is great, and something that keys off some of the fenestration, I think is going to be really successful, and I wish you luck with it.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's see, Abby,
Yep.
Diane.
I agree. I agree with what's been said,
Okay.
that I'm okay with the demolition, and documenting it. And if you can put something back that's similar, using that wonderful, about that symmetry that it has and the simplicity and the scale and the height, would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Diane.
I'm along that same thought too. I think it can be duplicated so it will be good and accepted in the location.
Okay, Diane. So I think we all really like the simplicity of this building, and just to emulate that in your new design would be terrific. I think you have consensus among the board. I mean, it is in very sad shape. The plate is sagging by about a foot in the middle. Okay, so does somebody would like to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion
Yeah.
to approve as submitted with some additional imagery submitted, maybe some close-ups of the fenestration and some straight-on shots.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
a yard sale for all the stuff inside.
Yeah, I love the stuff inside.
Yeah.
I want some of that.
No early birds, Carrie.
Thank you.
Me there first. Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Was
There
Carrie
it
on
goes, motion carries. Oh, yeah, I remember it, Nantucket. Yeah, I will write it down. Okay, okay, now it's Linda Williams. Everybody take out your lounge chairs. Popcorn.
Well, the first three should be pretty quick. Because Holly
Okay.
was involved. These are all, two of them are like kind.
I'm going to ask Stephen to chair this particular one, just because I need to write down all the conditions that we put on your Nantucket Road for Bert Johnson.
All right. So,
Okay.
No, he already sent it to me.
No, I need to write it on here.
Oh, okay, because Joe just sent us the Exhibit BA, and I gave it to Dreamline, and I gave it to Holly.
Oh,
for
So
250
we already
Mattocket?
so I could just do an Exhibit A thing.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
could just
he's already done
literally stamp
Exhibit A, and he
on
just
it.
sent it in with little X's on all kinds of
All
stuff.
right, and
on
I'll
it.
get us started if you want to jump back in, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So Linda, why don't we first establish our board?
Okay,
It looks like it's going to be Abby,
yep,
Diane.
yep.
You going to sit? Why don't I
I'll
establish-
just sit off of this
Okay.
one, it's going to be.
Carrie,
Yep,
I've sat Connie, Joe, and me.
all right, hold on. There's
So
one too
Abby,
many.
Diane,
Yep.
Connie, Joe, and
Oh, Joe,
myself.
And yourself, okay. As is the custom now, when we have like-kind replacement of windows in the old historic district, Holly prefers that they actually come in here, where all the other like-kinds don't come to the board. So it's obviously in the old historic district. So we're only doing one side of the building, like the west side. I believe this is India Street, yeah, the west side of the structure. Like-kind, single divided light, TDLs with storm windows to match everything else in the house, and they're going to begin to do them one side at a time, but right now the west side is the worst, and I gave her the window schedule, and I'll just turn it over to Holly. You ready?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this is a circa 1800 typical Nantucket. It was built for John Howland Swain, who was a blockmaster. Excuse me. blacksmith, rope maker, blockmaster. He was a jack of all trades back in the day. And there's actually a little bit of a history in NPT's book Off Center, the Wesco Acre Lots. Thank you, Linda, for providing a window survey. Although restoring windows is the best to preserve historic fabric, like Hind with Boston Sash is appropriate. They have obviously the Nantucket profile, and I am okay with this application. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, these windows are going to be very visible from India Street, even though they're on the side of the house, they'll be quite visible from the road. And replacing them with new windows would change the historic character of the house. The pictures show these windows clearly need repainting, but they don't show rotting windows. So I would prefer to see these restored rather than completely replaced. Thank you.
They actually are rotted out of their frames,
Thank you.
and they weren't not original windows. I checked all of them.
Okay, thank you, Linda, I appreciate that. Additional information. Holly, did you get a survey that satisfies you?
Yes, there's photographs in the application.
But you were satisfied
Yeah.
with the, okay. So I'm just gonna say this is nothing on anyone, but I have no concerns with Holly processing these, and if she needs muscle, bringing it to us, but otherwise just putting them through. I mean, just so you're aware. I think,
I agree.
a like kind, if there's an issue that you're concerned about, then, and you're getting some guff, like I said, we're the muscle, bring it on, but just so you're aware. On this particular one, I'm gonna now go to, let's see, Abby,
I'm good.
Diane,
I'm good.
and Connie,
I'm good too.
and Joe. We lost your tail end there, Joe.
I'm good, yes.
Okay, thank you. And what would we like to do with a motion?
A motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we're on to 11 New Street, replace windows. Is any, Val's off, right? Val's gone?
Yeah.
Okay,
Her stuff is still here, though.
so Joe was just on it. How about you, Connie?
Well, Connie was just on it.
Connie was just on that too?
Carrie's up.
Carrie? Okay,
I'm on this?
you're 11 New Street,
Oh, a new one, sorry.
one,
Yeah.
not the one that we just got. Yeah.
With it,
Not
girl.
paying attention to the other one.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of window replacement.
All right, so
things
what am I
coming up.
doing? I've got Ray, Connie, Carrie,
Carrie, Stephen,
Steve, Diane.
Abby, Diane.
Okay. This is a little bit different. Holly's going to speak to this also. This structure wasn't built that far ago. It's from the 70s. It's an infill structure. The individual who lived in it was, let's just put it this way, it's very difficult to navigate the interior of the house. And he passed away, and a lot of it is still in there. And he didn't have the wherewithal over these years to keep up with the house, and it has started to disintegrate between the shingles and the windows and the bay window and various other aspects, trim. The kids inherited it, and none of them live here. And they don't have enough money to fix the whole thing at one time, but they're going to start with the windows at least so the thing doesn't leak anymore and it becomes tight to weather. So obviously there's a little bit of shingling and trim work that has to be done to replace the windows. They are, you can put your finger through them. You can actually break the buttons with your finger. They're in bad shape, and Holly has dozens and dozens of pictures of this inside and outside. So what they would like to do, it's not that far from Pleasant Street where it becomes almost out of the old historic district, and it is not an old structure, though obviously 50 years, is like to put the Anderson wood rights in, which come with a wood veneer, I guess, and a triple tracks, so the house would become secure again, and it's not going to be exposed to the weather. I mean, I've seldom been in a house with worse shape, and that's 400 years older than this house. So they would like to put the wood rights in. They are double paned, and we'll go from there. I can't even close some of them, so you can see that in the picture right above you.
Okay.
But I'll leave the rest up to Holly. This is sort of a unique situation, and we have to do it expeditiously, and we have to do it as inexpensively as they can possibly do it. Otherwise, it's going to sit there and continue to go the way it is.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this structure is a circa 1972 infill in the old historic district. HDC survey on file. It is contributing. Replace these windows to, well, although, first of all, we have a window survey, so I'm thankful for that. It shows definitely a lack of maintenance. So I'm happy to see this application before you all. While we do obviously have wanting to have TDLs within the old historic district due to this structure's age, I don't have any concerns with the SDL Anderson Woodwright. Obviously, if this was a little bit of a older structure, then I would have more concern. So I have no concerns on this application. Thank you.
Okay.
Same
Holly?
rough openings, by the way.
Thank you. Mickey? Excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay to replace the windows. They're obviously rotted and they're not that old to begin with. This is the OHD. I think we'd rather not see Andersons with the typical Anderson's exposed flange. Any other STLs would be fine. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
They can't afford the Boston sash. We priced those out.
A lot of different manufacturers. I can't really speak to the price. Okay, let's see. Board members, regular board, Val plus Carrie.
What color are the
I don't-
existing windows?
Can't even tell.
There are some white.
They look like they're white,
green.
but the paint's so gone that.
They want to go to white because that will sort of improve the structure, and some of it is white. It's just you can't tell anymore.
Are they planning on painting the trim right now or no? It's just the
That's
doors
the
are
next-
Essex green, the sash are white, and the trim is white.
Yeah, that's the next thing they want to do.
That's on the application.
Yeah.
The date of the building and the condition of the building, I would say I'm okay with this.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Steve.
I have nothing to add.
All right. Let's see, Abby, Diane,
So these are 6/1s?
here, so yeah.
6/6.
Oh, some are. Which
Well,
way are you going with that?
Some of them.
But Holly, I think it's 6/6 on the application.
Okay, and you want SDLs?
Yeah.
Make a motion.
Yeah,
Lower left. I put down Anderson
You keep
Woodwright.
we
wondering
can't
what-
specify brands. We can't
Well,
say.
we can say it looks like.
I just don't want that silver stuff in the middle,
I think they're 6/6, guys.
In the spacer.
You can't.
yeah, I actually can't
Yeah.
speak to that. I don't know.
You won't be able to tell on these.
Boston sashes, a window like Boston sashes is typically acceptable.
And these are 6/6.
You just don't want to see the silver.
Yeah, I just don't like the silver, but.
You know, you do, they come in color options.
Oh.
Like if you have a white window, those things can come in white.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool.
Okay.
Because you're doing white anyway, right?
Yes.
You're doing white, white,
Trim. With white sash.
sash, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that would be, I'd be okay with that.
White through and through.
Diane,
Well,
Yes,
where are you on this?
kind of
I
like-
would, I guess the white would be a good thing.
Okay,
And so I'm with that at the moment. I would rather see some of that rather than the, well, I think the Boston sash will be good and usable. Thank you.
All right, well,
So white spacer.
and I'm unfamiliar with Anderson Woodwright, frankly, so.
That's one of their better windows.
I think they still have it.
Something had to be,
I think the Woodwright still has that plan, so on the exterior.
Oh, yeah, it
It's really
does.
difficult to make look traditional.
Right.
Doesn't look so great now.
No, they don't.
It's true.
I don't see any way.
Can only go
other
up
than
from
Boston
here.
sash or
You want to make a
similar.
motion, Boston?
Yeah, I think it needs to be, so you put in for TDL,
No, SDL.
SDL, but it's.
Woodwright.
Yeah, I would say that SDL, traditional window, however, traditional window construction, including the casing. And what that is meant to mean is that Anderson's, if it has the flange, doesn't work because it's not a traditional casing.
You know what we're talking about, right, Linda?
It has a picture frame around it
Yeah.
that's like 3/4 of an inch
Yeah.
or so
Very
thick, left to right. And there's no way to actually have a window casing like this because you have what appears to be a window stop that then becomes a head stop, which doesn't make sense, and then it is also at the bottom. So
Correct.
it's very odd.
Yep.
If you're in a historic setting. So it needs to look like a traditional window on
Okay.
the exterior, but it can be a SDL, and
Okay.
we prefer a white
Spacer.
spacer.
Okay.
That would be Stephen's motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
all right, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Okay. 17 mil.
Now, that's a like-kind replacement again, TDL,
Is Val
Boston
still off?
sash.
You still off?
Yeah.
Okay.
TDL, Boston sash, storm window to match the other ones on the building, only on the west side again. The west side seems to be taking a beating from some of these structures that have open space on them on the left. I'll leave the rest up to Holly.
Okay,
Who's sitting?
this time it'll be Connie.
So it's Ray,
Same
Steve,
board as before,
Abby,
X Val with Connie.
Diane, Connie. Okay.
Okay, so Holly, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 17 North Mill is a circa 1840. It was built for Thomas Potter, who was a mariner, for his father-in-law, who was Peter Ray. So there's a little bit history here, has a MPT marker. Thank you, MPT. Window replacement, like kind for 5 windows only. Again, would rather see existing windows be restored. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. But I'm happy to see 6/6 Boston sash. Boston sash, we all know knows Nantucket's historic window profile, especially for a typical Nantucket. So with that, I have no concerns on this application.
Okay,
And these aren't original windows that they're replacing.
all right. Mickey?
Same answer. We'd rather see them restored than replaced. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to go first? Abby, Stephen, Diane, Connie.
I'm sorry, I was just sitting here thinking that,
17 mil?
yeah.
Yeah.
Bite my
These
tongue.
are blank frame windows.
Not all of them.
But the ones that you're replacing are all blank frame windows, right? Yes.
And he's just gonna have to do it that way.
Well, if it's a,
They're actually all blank frame windows.
If it's a like kind,
I
then.
think there's some on the east side, they're not, but it's like kind, he's gonna have to do it that way. I don't believe the gable window is up there,
What do you mean the gable window is not?
the one at the very top.
What about it?
I don't think that's plank frame. I couldn't get up there because it's a
It
drop down.
looks just like 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And then the later additions are
If
different.
it weren't, it would be like the only non-plank frame window on the house.
Well, except for the additions in the rear.
Yeah, so what should we do with this, folks?
Plank frame, fine.
So if it's a like kind, I would say, motion to approve a like kind window surveyed, which Holly has.
Yep.
Replacement as submitted.
Okay, that's simple.
Same color and
Okay,
everything.
that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby?
Sorry, and these are TDLs, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
like
okay, yeah,
kind.
Yeah,
yes.
like kind.
I'm in.
Underscore like kind. You're in? You good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
In,
Very good. Connie?
And
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
But the only thing I want to just check on is,
Uh-oh.
does the language on the like kind application have more strict language?
Not really.
It's the same application.
We basically asked for windows and doors to come to you all for that's what we wanted.
No, I'm just saying, because I thought the like kind application had some verbiage that was a little
To match existing.
gritty, yeah.
Like replacement to match existing.
But it's the same application. We just put like kind on it and then put whatever else is
No,
on
it's
it.
a separate form. Yeah,
Oh, goody, I
yeah.
don't have that one.
okay. Okay, that's fine. Like kind it is.
All right, so that one's, we're good.
Oh, the regular like
Now we're gonna
kind,
go to
Holly.
55 Burnell. Reno.
Okay, we have George Berg is here, our architect. But I will give you the rundown. Who's sitting on this one?
I'm gonna, yeah, Val, you're still off, right?
Is that all right?
Yeah. No.
You're
No,
missing
we're
out.
gonna go to Joe. Joe, you still with us?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, so it's Ray, Steve, Diane, Joe, and Abby.
Right.
Okay. This is not an old structure either, and it's almost to the end of Burnell before you start running into the golf club property or Coffin property, whichever's back at the very back. And it was moved some time ago from Coffin back, was it? Yeah, Clifton, back through the lot to the lot behind. This was all owned by Erica's family, Erica Davidson's family, Mooney. And so that was all parceled out with the kids and whatnot. And the mom moved the house back there, just straight back onto this lot, along with the garage, which already got approval to be removed from the property or demolished. This can only go up from here. So if you want to go to the pictures, it might be very helpful, because all that can happen to this house is to get a lot better. There was a pool inside, because I was in it with the mom. There was a pool inside the lower addition.
Linda, what do you do in your free time?
I'm everywhere. And so we'd like to fix it, let's put it that way. You know, replace the windows, shingle it. A new family who's been in the island for quite a while. If you look at that picture right above you, the thing on the left, there was an indoor pool in there. And so what we'd like to do is jazz it up without demolishing the structure, because the family wants to keep the structure. They're doing some substantial interior work. Obviously, the pool is gone, and so they'd like to make it livable, and they'd like to make it look nicer. It is the small end of that gable towards the street, so it actually faces into the lot. And go to the elevations, and we're just trying to make it better. And it's got that wackadoodle dormer in the front of it already.
Yeah.
And it's sort of an odd it's not a gambrel, but it is a gambrel, but it's not a gambrel.
It's not a
So
gambrel, it's a garrison.
Garrison Colonial.
Yes, Garrison. It's a
Yeah, it's something, it's one of the only houses on Nantucket that looks like this.
There's one on
I worked on the one
the
on
street
Back
that
Street.
Jeff lives on, but further down.
Yeah, there are very few of these things here.
Oh, was it?
Just past
But if it's here, there's the elevations up there.
Well, it's such a rare architectural form on Nantucket that I think that the few that are on should be preserved,
Oh, get over yourself.
left intact.
Get over yourself.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
one of the ugliest structures
Nikki's
I've
on
ever
board.
seen. It is ugly, ugly, ugly. So
Okay.
we're trying to fix it. Can you guys go to the elevation so you can just take a look at what he wants to do? And Georgeburg is up there, if we want to.
Can I
Is he up
ask,
there?
to interrupt you, please?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I wasn't fully prepared to interrupt you.
Yes, you
I
will.
just, it's like a huge net
understand
better.
that.
Like, can we just accelerate the review?
Please.
Well, right, okay. I think that's a
The
great
bay's
idea.
gone, there's a porch on it, some of the other stuff
So,
is gone.
But, look,
I'd
Holly,
motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you.
well,
No,
I'm going to, I want to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And it is outside the old.
Yes, so this structure is outside the Sconset Old Historic District. It was originally moved from 25 Clifton Street in 2021. I believe the date from that was about 1960. So it could be 1960 to 1971.
Yeah.
Okay, it's at the higher end of our contributing status. On the facade, I just have a couple of minor questions or comments. The new shed dormer, just make sure that that comes off the ridge as recommended building with Nantucket in mind. I think that's a net improvement as proposed. The skylight on the west, I know it's existing, but I do think that should also conform with building with Nantucket in mind standards and provide a mutton in wood, and that's my comments.
Great.
And I will notate that George does have his hand raised.
I'm not
He's the
sure we're
architect.
taking the roof window out. I think it's just hanging out.
But, so, does the architect want to speak on this?
Yeah, he's up here. I can't see him, but he's up there. Oh, I see him at the top.
Yep, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can now.
Not a problem. So, yeah, thank you. The only comment I just wanted to point out was the intent was to keep the skylight. I think, as Linda pointed out, we're trying to right size the windows, make them a little bit more stabilized from a standpoint of shape and form and proportion. But again, it's pretty straightforward. The rest of the structure exists, and we're trying to make it a little bit better.
Okay, thank you. And I think we all agree with that, but we'll find out in a minute. But I do want to use this house as a little bit of a tutorial. When we're talking about a certain window manufacturer that has the flange around it, that's this manufacturer, okay? So if you look at the west elevation with the gang of 5 windows, you see there's a white thing around before you get to the natural trim. That's the flange that
Yeah,
we're
I
talking
know what
about
that
that
is.
is
It's like a picture
historically
frame.
inappropriate.
Yeah.
So just thought I'd throw that out there because for any of you who are unfamiliar with that detail. So anyway, do we want to move this?
can I make a statement?
White.
Go ahead, Diane.
Around.
This was one of my ones I was studying, and if you look at the house, the windows are sort of crazy. I was trying to write it up in consent with conditions, but the windows were so mixed up that they were hard to decide. So I sent it back saying to look at it. So look at the windows. The windows don't seem to make a great deal of sense. And that's how I saw it on Friday. So
Right.
I wouldn't let it go without looking at those windows and their positions. Thank you.
They're
Okay.
the same rough openings.
Yeah, they're using the same openings. They're just trying to make it a little bit more historically appropriate, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have any other issues with this? Or should we? Sconset's okay with it. There you go, folks. Okay, Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Joe,
Yes.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby? And I'm in favor.
Aye.
Okay, there we go, 55 Burnell. Now we're gonna walk on down to Straight Wharf.
Thank you very
Have
much.
ourselves a cocktail.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, everybody knows this building?
Okay, we're gonna still stay in the rotation,
Oh,
so
who's,
now we're
who's
back
on
around to
this?
Carrie.
Who's on this?
Same board with Carrie.
All right, so Steve, Ray Paul, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, and Kerry? Okay. This is that building. It's been given permission to do various things over the years, particularly the deck on the left side of the building, which is the west side of the building. And what they'd like to do is fill in under the deck. They have a big window underneath it, which will come out and stay with the building, but move to the front side of the building. They're going to try to have another takeout station because anybody who's been down there, especially at night, it is insane. So what they'd like to do is fill in under that deck. I know it technically creates a flat roofed element, but if you float around down there, they're all over the place. And it's going to be very hard to discern because they were also approved for that fence in front of it with a gate, and they were approved for that deck. So I've taken pictures from both the front side and the back side, but you can't really see it from the left. And looking at it from the front, it's kind of hard to figure out what's in there. And looking at it from the back, it doesn't look any different than any other weird building on that has its rear on steel dock. So it's a very small addition, and it's going to have relatively no impact because the deck wasn't original to the structure either. So that's where we want to go.
Oh, and it's literally right next to the neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You're allowed
Well,
downtown to
can I
have a
ask you
zero.
something? As a practical matter?
You're allowed to have a zero setback on the sides and the
No,
front.
I get it, but so, how are they gonna finish the exterior of that?
There's enough room. It's tough.
It looks like there's about 9 inches.
Not my
Okay,
problem.
well, that's not my problem,
my
but,
problem.
so board
You're
members.
gonna have to get somebody to.
Oh,
build
I'm
that.
sorry,
That's
sorry, Holly first.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the NHL data on file indicates it's built with 1849. No HTC survey on file, I don't think. Obviously, something that I would like to have down the road is some history on this structure, but
I have that from something in another.
Hang on, Linda.
appreciate that it's being a reused window, TDL. It will be odd for no windows on that elevation that's going to be enclosed on the west, but it's so close to the adjacent property line that I don't think it has any concerns, so I have no concerns with this application.
Okay. Yeah, and it's actually illegal, I think. It has to be a minimum of 3 feet away.
3 feet unless you have tempered glass.
I'm not gonna get into building
Yeah,
code stuff
okay.
tonight. but
So, Mickey, you got anything?
No, no concerns.
Okay. Board,
I'm good.
okay,
It's a clever solution.
okay. Anybody?
I'm good.
All right, we can motion.
Motion approved is submitted.
There's Stephen, motion to approve is submitted. Abby,
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen.
No reflection on the building code.
There you go.
Uh,
And Ray's in favor.
It means,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not gonna get into that.
Okay, that sounds fine. Have a nice night.
Right, they'll find out.
It's almost wine 30 for me. Okay, 15 Coffin. We're on a
Driveway.
roll.
Driveway.
New driveway.
We're closing off the one-
Abby's leaving for the evening.
Okay, so where are we now?
So, and Val's back.
Val's
So,
back.
so we're still doing our rotation, but it will have Val and no Abby. So we are now to Connie. New drive, 15 Coffin.
Okay, so I've got Steve, Ray, Val, Diane, and Connie.
You've got 20 minutes, use it wisely. I think that's more
Yeah.
important.
That's
Driveway,
right.
what am I gonna say? They're closing off the one on the front because the property was subdivided. And so their property is the one on the right. If you look at the subdivision up above you, their property is the one on the right with the house and the cottage. And there's nothing on the left. Isn't Steve still on it?
He is.
Oh, fine, eat. And they're closing off the tiny little driveway on the front, and they've created a driveway off the back, and they've worked with a homeowners association back there. And they've got a 10-foot deep cobblestone. Is it cobblestone, Holly, or is it Belgian block? I think it's bless you. I think it's cobblestone because they already have cobblestone back there.
Belgian block.
Is it Belgian
apron.
block? It's not 10 feet deep, so they have to make it 10 feet deep. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on this lot is a contributing circa 1938. It's called Tab Trot. There is a HDC survey on file. I believe that this has already been done. So
Yep.
this is an as-built, and I don't know if a fee has been received. Removing access off a coffin and adding on to South Road. You all did receive an email from abutters a while back. Actually, I think before I even realized this, there was an application before us. But you all did receive that. That was forwarded to you. I think due to the abutters concerns, maybe a view could be in order just to see what has been done. And I'm actually happy to see that one is actually being removed and a new one is being done instead of having two, because I didn't know if that was the case. So those are my comments.
And some of the,
Sconset had no concerns on the application.
And some of the concerns were expressed about the guys next door to us, which were under construction for some reason, and they had junk all over the place and trucks parked there, because they were there when I was there, so I don't know if it was really us, because we haven't done anything for quite a while, or the guys next door to us.
But it was done without approval.
It was.
Okay.
It's not finished, but it was
That up
started.
front.
I don't know either. Okay. Oh, that's actually.
And I think what her
my
question was, did
client's.
anybody have permits for anything
no,
that was
it's
going
not.
on back there?
Well, and Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
This wasn't, they weren't the only ones that were inquiring on this. They're actually,
Bless you.
bless you. Members, I believe, of the Sconset Civic League had inquired. There was a FOIA request put in wanting to know if there was an approval. I mean, it wasn't just one abutter that was, so that's why my recommendation is maybe have the commission have a view.
Okay. Thanks, Holly. Okay. Board members.
Is Holly's at 4 times the fee? Yeah.
Stephen, Val, Diane, Connie, was it
Yeah,
you?
it's Connie. Stephen, you, Val, Diane, and Connie.
Right. Who's going first?
I wouldn't mind just viewing and then seeing what those concerns were, if they're relevant to what we have to decide.
Okay. Any other opinions?
No.
I meant among the board members.
Oh.
Who are you voting for this? I'm kidding. Okay, so any other comments, concerns, questions? What should we do with this?
I think it's due diligence.
All
That's
right,
all.
review it.
Can it come back next week?
Yep.
Since it's only a
Yep.
view? Okay.
All right, Stephen, is that your motion?
So moved.
Okay, there it is. That's Stephen's motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, 126 Main.
This should be fairly simple.
Aha.
Again?
It's a window we added through you that didn't exist to begin with. And because of the modification in that particular area with stairway and a hallway, you can look above you right now. It's where it is right this second, up there. And what we'd like to do is take that offset window, which didn't exist on the original, and move it over so it goes over to the left and it's actually lined up with the window below, which is where it should be.
Yeah, this came in not that long ago.
It was a window on the other side. And when we were
All right.
just sort of wrapping up the inside, we just want to take the window that didn't
Okay.
exist and move it over to where it should exist.
All right, thank you.
And it looks better. And the historic window is still there in the middle.
Good. Holly.
Oh, who's
Thank you.
sitting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Arthur B. Collins E.W. Cobb House, circa 1750, typical Nantucket, was said to have been moved from Sherburne. You all obviously have approved a lot of changes to the structure, bringing it back to life. The window on the east, the window in the middle is the original, which is this one, as noted in the picture. And the newly constructed one, obviously, is new to the program. My only concern would be that the change will, if it will remove any existing historic fabric. I do notate that all the sheathing is, I've been told, original, kept from the original main block of the structure. So that'd be my only thing. But other than that, no concerns. Thank you.
There was an opening in that that corner in the building anyway. Who's sitting? I only have 4. Who's the 5th one?
No.
Is it Joe?
Should be Joe. It's his turn.
Yeah, so
an
Val,
alternate.
Diane, me, Stephen, and yes, it is Joe.
Okay.
Right, I'm gonna get Mickey. So Mickey, it's to you.
Yeah, no concerns.
Okay, board,
No concerns.
okay,
Motion to approve.
there we are. Stephen's made a motion to approve. On that motion, Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen, and I'm in favor. Okay, so
Now, the
Not-
next two, you don't even, those of you who sat on all of these, don't even have to look at these. You've already approved
Oh, well,
both
thank
of
you.
these. Yeah, it took me 15 minutes to get all of them, 9 of them approved before. These are 2 structures that are smaller than the 2 bigger ones that were approved. And so these are the smaller grouping of structures in Sandpiper 2, but you've already approved both of these. It's just that we didn't want to build 2 big houses in these 2 lots, so they went to the smaller sizes. But as I say, you've already approved both of these at least 2 or 3 times.
the form of the
style.
building,
Yeah,
yeah.
the style, and you've already approved this building 2 or 3 times each.
And are they gonna be modular?
No, these are all being stick-built
Cool.
painfully.
Did we approve them as modular?
No, we never came in with any mods.
Okay, I just
They've
want to
all
make
been
sure
sold.
those heights aren't, we're not getting.
Well, this is higher than the previous, but it's smaller.
Yeah.
Taller but smaller?
Yeah.
What?
300 square feet less in footprint and taller in
taller.
height.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 9 slope, but it's very
Okay,
wide.
so
And we corrected all the stuff
By
you made
like
me
6
correct.
inches.
6 inches taller.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's 29.
What do you think, folks?
I think this is appropriate. I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, I'm gonna hold that just for a moment. Are
Okay.
there any concerns from the board?
What are the colors?
They stayed the same as they were previously approved.
Which
So
is?
They work in consort with what was. approved.
Nantucket gray, black sash.
All right, and then are these, Linda, on Honeysuckle, there's a pretty severe grade change from where the house footprint sits and the street. So these should probably reflect the extra steps, because once you get to 3 steps, you need a railing.
Yeah.
Just
Oh.
so it's there.
This is the one at the
Oh,
top of
oh,
the
oh.
hill. This is the
Sorry.
top of the hill.
Okay, just if there's,
Yeah.
it needs to
Oh, yeah,
change.
I have
I-
had to
I
come
need to
back.
amend my motion.
Yeah, I have to come back.
Okay.
Well,
Motion to approve is submitted.
No,
No?
it says on what we see online, it was gray and black, and now it's
Gray and
gray
black.
trim and white sash and Georgetown gray roof.
Whatever
blue
the
front
original
door.
structure was on the application page.
Do we have an issue with
I-
that white trim?
I'd prefer
Gray trim,
darker
white
with,
sash.
with
Yeah.
that gray, but
What does the application page say?
Nantucket gray and black. Nantucket gray and black on the previous and now, and on what's written here is crossed out and says Quaker gray and white.
Quaker
Is that 19 Honeysuckle or 3 Beach?
honeysuckle.
19 honeysuckle. I
So it's
haven't
gonna look
looked
like that wall.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be, whatever the hell the color was
much, right?
before, that's what
Yeah.
the color's gonna be.
No, it's
No,
not,
no,
Linda.
no,
No,
You,
but they
Linda.
were told that's what it's gonna be. Now,
Wait.
the only reason she may have changed it is because the one next door may have been the same color. but they're not gonna be the same color side by side, whatever it is, I'll fix it.
So we'll fix it if we are gonna make it black, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's just make it black and be
Okay.
done with it. We can rule by
Drawings don't say
fiat. That's
something
actually what we do.
Well, I don't understand why what's scanned in here is different from what I have in front of me.
I don't know, but we can fix
So
it.
the actual application?
Just make
Yeah.
sure it's the.
To be fair and just and to
No, it
rule
says
with the pen.
original and then it says now.
Well,
Guys,
Where
let's
does it
just
say
make the
that?
approval what we want it to be.
Yeah, I agree. So,
Don't let
do
yourself
do we
get
have a
worked.
motion on the table?
So
This
We
isn't
do.
even the same number.
What do you mean the same number?
Never
Yeah.
mind.
You don't
Yeah,
mean
that's what
mapping.
I'm saying.
I was looking at the cover page for,
Val, don't let yourself get flustered.
Okay,
it's late.
so we're back to the same colors. they were
19
originally
honeysuckle,
approved
the
for.
application.
So we're gonna
says-
approve
It's
this
gotta go.
as submitted, except for the color is
No,
going to
why-
be,
Why not let it be
No.
this?
No, it's up there. It's
Quaker
right
gray
up
and
there.
white.
it says white. We don't want white.
No, go to the bottom of that.
I
one.
was
It's
looking
black.
at
It's
Three
black and
Beach
gray.
at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
It said it was
No.
If everybody would just stop talking so we could just concentrate.
It says white.
And Quaker Gray.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Is that the right application?
Yes,
I don't know.
it is.
You
No,
submitted
look,
it, Linda.
says right there. It
19
says
honeysuckle.
19 honeysuckle.
But then the other one is the black and gray.
What is the application you have in front of you, Val? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Quaker Gray.
No. What is the street address?
19 Honeysuckle.
That's the one we're
That's
writing
fine.
on.
Okay.
It's black sash.
Agree. I agree with that.
But we didn't want black sash.
Well,
Well,
no,
next door is
black
gonna
and
be
white,
black
but
too.
black and gray is an all right
So
combination.
you want them okay? They're okay to be the same?
Yeah, they're all that way there.
Well, they're every other one.
Okay, I don't care. Black.
All right, so Nantucket gray and then black sash.
That's
Correct.
my motion.
Fine.
Okay, so Stephen's
for me.
motion. Who was my alternate on this one?
Joe.
Joe. Okay, on Stephen's motion, Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
All right,
and I'm
hang
in
on, that
favor.
was 19 honeysuckle.
Okay, that was honeysuckle.
And Joe was the alternate.
Yes. Let's just keep Joe on the next one. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's a
simple.
little, it's the same applicant.
All right, same thing. Smaller.
Same house.
No, they're slightly different. They're reversed
Okay.
and stuff.
Let's get into an incredible confusing argument about the color on this one.
Yeah, and waste precious moments.
What's the color on the application page?
Here we go. Here we go.
Charcoal black.
Mine says purple and orange.
Not pink?
Mine says, I submitted it and I'm not sure what it's in
What's the
there.
Black and gray. There we go. Yeah. Is everybody okay with this?
Perfect.
If
They're
so,
not next to each other anyway.
You have to come back, if you want to come back and change it, the price is double.
do we want a
Nantucket gray
motion
and
on
black.
this?
There we go.
Can we go to the elevations quickly? I did preview this, but I just
Oh,
want to
good.
make sure it's the same house.
Hmm.
Yeah, and they're not side by side. And
It is the same
reversed.
house.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we want a motion?
A motion to approve is submitted so long as it's gray trim and black sash.
Which it appears to be. Okay, that's Stephen's motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye. They're
and I'm in
different
favor.
All right, this is a reissue of a shed that expired.
sizes. It's upside down.
What do you mean, just a renewal?
Yeah.
Yeah, white and gray.
How did it lapse?
Stop arguing.
Yeah,
It's very simple.
quite a while ago.
You see,
You just want to argue.
it's
Yeah.
23 feet long. It's like a
When was it-
boathouse.
When was it approved?
2017.
Yeah, it's been gone, it was gone before the Permit Extension Act even took in.
Yeah. Anybody have an issue with this?
No.
Okay, so let's go. Then we can adjourn.
Motion to approve.
Okay, so what? Well, actually Val, Stephen, Diane, and we'll put Kerry on this one, and me. Okay, so following in that order, so Stephen has made a motion to approve. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen. And I'm in favor. There it is. That's the
Well, thank you
last
very much,
approval of the
guys.
night. That's right. We've hammered through it.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, good night. Thank you. Okay, so, John?
I make
can I
the
have-
motion.
All right, thank you, John. Okay, John's
All
made a
right.
motion to adjourn. On that motion, Val.
No.
Okay. Stephen,
No.
Carrie. John on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.